Hello everybody. Thank you for joining Expertslive Austria conference today. You are actually in the modern workplace track, and I'm very pleased to announce our first session, which is held by Bernaers, Jasper, and Tim Hermie. And the title of the session is How to Grow a Modern Workplace with Microsoft 365 in 16 Steps. Have fun with the session. I will hand directly to our speakers. You may present and have fun.
Hi all, welcome to our session, How to Grow to a Modern Workplace in 16 Steps with Microsoft 365. Today we will give you a high-level modernization approach of how you can move your organization to the cloud, full cloud. My name is Tim Hermie. I'm a Microsoft MVP Enterprise Mobility since 2020, principal consultant and owner of Fly Consulting based in Belgium, working together with big partners in Belgium like Synergics and The Collective. I'm a modern workplace architect, focusing deeply on the Microsoft Enterprise and Mobility stack, but also on Azure and governance and stuff. I'm a frequent blogger at cloudboy.be with a big focus on everything Intune related and WVD, Windows Virtual Desktop. And my Twitter tag is there also if you want to follow me.
Thanks, Tim. I'm Jasper Bernaers. I'm the CTO at Synergics. I'm doing more teams and strategic things today, but I'm quite convinced still go in depth in modernization tracks and pre-sales involvement with customers. So it's super relevant for me that I still understand everything related to the workplace. And I'm trying always to reconnect or connect all aspects of the workplace in this session and for our customers. I'm writing some blogs on my blog on jasperbernaers.com, and you can find me on Twitter if you want. So today we have a quite big agenda where we talk about these technicalities. We will bring more than if you sometimes ask customers what is a modern workplace, some people will respond it's Intune, it's Windows 10 deployment or management, but the real workplace is that you connect everything and bring it in the same pace or in the same speed, in the same model, and integrate all technicalities to have a great experience for end user or for the users that are using it. So it's important that we integrate all things on a quite great tempo or technicality, that we don't leave small things on premise and cannot evolve to more security. So on our agenda today is, for example, Azure AD Connect. We will talk about Exchange Hybrid. We will talk about Intune, Microsoft Endpoint Manager, Autopilot to stage devices, and all these things. OneDrive, some small part for collaboration. Super important if you build a workplace that you can collaborate. We will go in a general overview in the voice capabilities, how collaboration platforms integrate in the workplace. We will talk about software deployments, GPO to CSP migrations. That's more super technical. Windows updates, increased security, small part Azure, legacy AD migrations, and we want to have the conversation to rethink on premises and do automation. And maybe it's not super clear why we want to bring this pitch, but we think that it's important that we connect everything in the broader workplace, because sometimes IT strategy is fading away. We're going in depth with the customer, doing, for example, only Intune, but we don't use all the advantages that Microsoft 365 is bringing. We're doing phased or small projects, but we leave, for example, a file server left on premise while we want to collaborate better with, for example, Microsoft Teams. So it's a great opportunity to connect everything and build a roadmap that has everything involved in Microsoft 365 in one plan of modernization. So it's a long-term decisions will reflect in Microsoft 365. So we try to create roadmaps to bring customers to Microsoft 365. And I think we have seen a lot of experts over the last years, and now it's again more the time that we need to be more in general and have experts that understand the broader Microsoft 365 stack. Also, something good to know, we have a lot of mid-sized companies and they don't have an expert for every topic. So sometimes we need to do more than just our expertise. When we look at Microsoft, how they see modernization approach, we try to use the benefits of what Microsoft is delivering. And I'm always trying to build roadmaps on the modernization approach of Microsoft. And it starts with networking, identity, Windows 10 Enterprise, and then grow to, for example, Office 365 and Microsoft 365 apps for enterprise, mobile device management, information protection. And then you can shift to workloads. What we see now, after last year, we see a lot of people enabling Microsoft Teams, but identity management is not great configured. So now it's the time to make the foundation better, do security things to grow to a great workplace and implement workloads. A basic cloud journey could be that we start with identity, because it's super important that you have a secured identity. That's almost every track is the first step that we touch. Then we will integrate devices in the platform, desktop, mobile. I strongly believe that we should use mobile and Windows 10 devices and protect them. And when you have these things under control, you can go to collaboration enablement, OneDrive, Teams, SharePoint, and build on your increased security. So improve things like multi-factor authentication, conditional access, and all these things to have a real secure modern workplace. So the first technical step is Azure Active Directory. Azure Active Directory, we try to bring it in our pitch, so to go on one IDP. If you use Azure Active Directory as the only single identity provider, is a big opportunity to do automation, but also make it simple for your users. If it's not yet possible in the first phase, which it almost is, always is, you can choose hybrid identity management and sync your identities to Azure AD and use Azure AD in the cloud, and still use Active Directory on-premise for legacy. It's not always legacy, but to make the plan to shift it to the cloud. So why Azure Active Directory? It's beyond the current legacy integration. Azure Active Directory is a next generation identity platform, which has new capabilities. For example, all the software as a service integrations that are created today. Because of Azure Active Directory, a lot of like Office 365, Microsoft 365, Teams, a lot of the core applications of companies today are already in Azure Active Directory. So it's a great opportunity to shift what's left on-premise to Azure Active Directory to have one single IDP. And then how we do it, you cannot do it from the first day that you do a project. So what we do in general is assess. We check what's authenticating now, and we see how can we bring these things to Azure Active Directory. Is never a step that you can do in 1 week or 1 month. It's important to write it down and make a planning how you can shift more and more to Azure Active Directory. And sometimes some applications could stay on-premise, but maybe they should be in another factor that you can still use the power of Microsoft 365 with full cloud Azure AD, for example, and leave one application on-premise or in a virtualization set or in Azure that use another authentication or an other protocol to step away from the on-premise Active Directory. And then the second step is Exchange Hybrid. It's quite straightforward. We're doing it for some years now. So Exchange Hybrid, it's quite straightforward. So moving of mailboxes, we have a lot of government customers who are still doing Exchange migration sometimes. It's a basic thing, but should be done. So to go quite fast on this topic, Exchange Hybrids, make it simple. Do, for example, the same user principal name on-premise in the cloud, move it like it's simple. do the Exchange hybrid wizard and move all mailboxes from on-premise to the cloud. What we always do is bring them in a pre-sync stage and do just a cut over the weekend in a weekday that everything is in the cloud and the workload is shifted to Exchange Online. And then sometimes quite important after a hybrid migration, consolidation is important. So make a simple mail flow that you have it under control, that you can do security things on it, so it's not super complex with 20 flows. If you don't need it, and integrate, for example, Microsoft Defender for Office 365, the old Office 365 ATP to protect mailboxes, and then finally land in Microsoft 365. Tim?
Yes, our next logical step is Microsoft Endpoint Manager, and we know that Microsoft Endpoint Manager is the combination of two products, Microsoft Intune and Microsoft Endpoint Manager Configuration Manager. I strongly focus on Microsoft Intune. We're talking here about the mid-sized companies, so I'll be talking about Intune mostly. And I also strongly believe that even enterprise organizations can move full cloud with device management with Intune. It's a product that's really mature. What are my recommendations or my guidelines? Implement it for your Windows 10 devices. Onboard all your current devices with hybrid join. You can do it with no impact. You can move your GPOs later, but you can take control of some features of Intune already, like updates, patch management, application management, and you can scale up at the tempo that you want. Another advice is if you roll out new devices, roll them out full cloud already. Your current devices were enrolling hybrid joins to not generate an impact, but the new devices, we almost always roll out full cloud or Azure AD joins. Also integrated in the Endpoint Manager is mobile application management. So secure your corporate data on bring your own devices. And what's not on the slide is mobile device management for Android, iOS is also a big part now. So also put it into place to manage the company-owned devices. Another part of Endpoint Manager is Windows Autopilot. It's the way how we ship our devices to our end users these days. And the flow is really easy, or to put it in a nutshell, we can ask for devices at our vendor, and our vendor will upload the ID, so we don't have to do it ourselves as IT. That way we can ship the device directly to the employee. He can unbox it, he can log in, and he'll get his configuration, his applications, and his device will be ready. So that's Autopilot in a nutshell. It works really great. You have multiple flavors. I'm not going in too deep here. What are my recommendations? Use it to enroll new devices. It's a no-brainer. If you roll out new devices, we will always use Windows Autopilot, either the zero-touch deployment mechanism or the white glove, the non-zero-touch deployment mechanism. How do we get our devices in the Windows Autopilot service? And it's also easy. We can onboard them, our current devices, with a group policy if it's needed. But even easier is we make our current devices hybrid join first, and we just enroll the hashes with an autopilot profile. Two flavors, like I said, the zero-touch deployment mechanism. We don't have any interaction as IT, so we set up the config, we ship the devices to the end user themselves. They boot the device, they log in, they get their whole configuration. The other option is the non-zero-touch deployment mechanism. That's the autopilot white glove. Here we have an interaction as IT, as we do some pre-provisioning of the device. So what's the big difference between the two? With the zero-touch deployment mechanism, no interaction for IT, but the end user has to wait up to 1 hour maximum till his device is ready. If you do the non-zero-touch deployment mechanism or the autopilot white glove mechanism, we have an interaction from IT, so we do the pre-provisioning of the devices, but the device will be ready faster for the end user. I'm a big fan of the zero-touch deployment mechanism because I don't want IT to have a lot of work to do with pre-provisioning devices. I think they can focus their time much better in security stuff, for example. The first big part I always implement is to keep the personal data backups. So OneDrive, I want that the end users put their personal data on OneDrive. We in the back in the days we had the home drives, the roaming folders. We can migrate them completely to OneDrive. So what does that mean? We have OneDrive known folder move, and we will redirect desktop documents, pictures to OneDrive silently. So the end user won't notice anything. If you come from a legacy approach like a home drive or a roaming folder, we can migrate them with the tool, of course, that their documents will be there. What's the advantage here? That they always have their data backed up in the cloud. If they get a new device, they will have their personal data back again on the device. So easy as that. What's the other part? Or I already went over this. So OneDrive known folder move, like I said, redirection of desktop documents and pictures. It goes automatically, and people love the feature. I also love the feature. It's easy. You always have your personal files at every device that you want if you sync your OneDrive. The home drives can be migrated with the SharePoint migration tool, for example, or you have other different tools for third-party vendors also, of course. But this together with enterprise state roaming. And what is enterprise state roaming? It's a setting that syncs the favorites and some Windows settings to the cloud. But these two together have a big advantage. If an end user, his device gets broken and you have to reset it, he will get his look and feel back from Windows, his favorites, some of his settings, and he will get his personal files also back. But if we provide him with a new device, an upgrade, it's the same principle. He will get his settings, his favorites, and his personal files will come back with OneDrive. So with these two in place, we have all personal files and settings backed up to the cloud, which is a great advantage. Back to you, Jasper.
Yes, it was great to see the sequence, I think, of what you explained now. So then you have the Windows 10 device. It's fully it's managed, and you have, for example, the known folder move, and then it's the time for modern collaboration, for example, with Teams and SharePoint Online. If we start with a Teams and SharePoint Online for more SMB customers, we just make it quite simple, and we do just assessments of the data that they are having. We have created a big practice. We don't have it in this presentation now, but we have created a big practice at Synergix to drive the change that you need for modern collaboration. It's more a human thing. But if you see the technicalities next to it, we try to make it simple and use Microsoft practices like place personal files on OneDrive, collaboration files for working in your teams, and organization documents or final documentation or company organization documentation on SharePoint. There are super great tools on the market to do assessments. We use a lot of tools that you can find on the web to make these assessments and then bring these documents from the legacy file servers or different systems to Teams, SharePoint Online, and OneDrive. From then you have the modern device where you can collaborate with your Windows 10 device or our OneNote, OneDrive clients on your mobile in the collaboration stack of Teams and SharePoint Online. And then we reach the topic of voice. As always, great discussions to talk about voice. I think I'm strongly a fan of Microsoft Teams, not only for the collaboration, but also the big integration with the voice capabilities. When you choose other platforms, I think it's really complex comparison to not go for Microsoft Teams because you have a lot of things that Microsoft Teams is doing from the technical side that is super complex to integrate with other platforms. Of course, there are corporates that have chosen other solutions, but we will always bring Teams as a place where you can do your meetings, but also have the platform and use the platform for communication, but also for video, for calling. And why we are pitching it that it's so important is you have a lot of compliance and security in your teams that you don't need to tackle if you choose other platforms. So if you choose another platform that is using recordings of putting it somewhere, you need to protect it differently. If you go for Teams, it's integrated in the Microsoft 365 suite, so it has a big advantages there. Also, you can say, for example, people cannot download recordings. It's always there. You have the reporting. You can integrate with Graph API, do smart things. You can make reporting with Power BI. It's a great advantage. And also think about the speed of implementation. If you want to give your end users different solutions for every problem or challenge, it could become quite complex. So if you choose Teams, it's the same style or culture that Windows 10 is. It's the same style of usability, and it helps end users to go quite fast. So speed of implementation, choose the same style Microsoft products. That's a big advantage. And also the adoption, so it's quite fast to implement, but also simpler for responsibility in your organization. And then just a basic slide of the possibilities. There are 4 or less possibilities when you go with voice and Teams. You can hire a number at Microsoft to make it simple. You can integrate your phone lines in Microsoft Teams, or you can choose more a call center, and you can use a call center solution that you integrate next to Microsoft Teams that works together. So you have the real capabilities that you had from your other system, but now it's in the cloud, and now it's connected to Microsoft 365. Then when we see collaboration platforms, we are building Microsoft Teams sites for collaboration next to SharePoint, make great hub sites, integrate your SharePoint sites and Teams, that you have everything that is related to documents in one stack, in one place for everyone in an organization. So it's a big opportunity when you go for Microsoft 365, not to leave things on premises on different system, but bring them in one hub that everything is connected from Teams through the full Microsoft 365 stack. So also SharePoint, also OneDrive or different systems, it's all in Teams. What we normally do is when we have more SMB customers, we just create departments in Teams or final structure in SharePoint, and we bring the documents over to there. And sometimes we get the question, what are we going to do with old applications when we have the possibilities? There's more a commercial answer is but to bring them in a Power App. If you have sometimes booking things on premise, we can bring them in a Power App, and the things that are still left behind, we try to bring them in Azure, so we can leave the old premises forever and shift everything to Microsoft 365.
Okay, back to the Microsoft Endpoint Manager part, and a very interesting part, the software deployment. What do we understand with software deployment? Of course, we're going to deploy the Microsoft 365 app suite. We can choose our own package, which features do we want deployed. Microsoft Edge, Chromium, I always deploy it in my projects. This together with some configuration that the end user automatically signs in, gets his favorites imported from his default browser. So the transition from Chrome to Edge Chromium should be smooth, and it's not such a RAM or CPU absorber as Chrome is. So people are mostly happy when they start using it after a while. But the big important part with software deployment is of course third-party apps. In projects, what I see mostly is when we go doing projects, we do an audit or an assessment on our first day, and we discover that they deploy a lot of third-party applications, either with Ivanti or SCCM, or if they have Intune set up already with Intune, that they deploy it, but they leave it as is. So they don't patch their third-party apps, and that way they really get a lot of vulnerabilities. If you implement Microsoft Defender Advanced Threat Protection, which we'll be talking about in a bit later, you can see all those exploits visualized. So it's really important, and I can't say this enough, to patch your third-party applications. How you do it, you have multiple options. You can do it yourself. You can repackage every release, deploy them with whatever deployment mechanism you have. But what I can recommend here is look into PatchMyPC. PatchMyPC is a product from Justin Chalfant, who worked for Microsoft for a long time, and he has this mechanism set up that you can implement PatchMyPC, select the third-party apps that we want deployed on the device, but it will also keep them updated. It integrates with Intune so nicely. That's why I recommend it to all my customers. It creates a new application package in Intune every time there is an update or an update package. You can integrate with Microsoft Teams, so you get notifications if applications get updated. Really important, the message here is really update your third-party applications, either with PatchMyPC. There are more solutions, of course. Liquid is a Dutch-based solution. Chocolate is also a great solution. If you don't use a third-party solution, you can create your own packages. You create your own Intune Win packages, deploy them. And if you get stuck with creating Intune Win packages, or you have custom applications, you can always leverage the power of PowerShell application deployment toolkit to create your packages, and you can also wrap those as an Intune Win file to deploy them to your end users. But the message here, don't forget it, patch your third-party applications, please. At number 10, we are to the GPO to configurations profile, or CSP migration. This topic is up for a lot of discussion because also here from experience, we know that a lot of organizations or corporations or mid-sized companies have a lot of GPOs in place, maybe a little bit too much over the time. They kept on making GPOs, group policies, they never cleaned them up. So what are we going to do with them? How are we going to migrate them all? We have this great tool in Microsoft Endpoint Manager Intune at the moment, Policy Analytics, where we can import our GPOs and we can see how much percent of the GPO we can migrate to a CSP policy. But what's my opinion on this? And like I said, it's my opinion. There are a lot of opinions here, but I don't believe in migration of group policies. We are building a workplace in the cloud. We don't want legacy implemented in our modern environment. Of course, there will be some group policies that we will have to migrate, but I will always start from a greenfield configuration and I will build up, and then I will do the analysis of the group policies. I will only migrate the policies that are really necessary. Because like I said, group policies, they're mostly got stacked up. I've seen companies with hundreds of group policies. They don't even know what they are all doing. So why would we migrate them all? We talk about legacy versus modern. So my message here is, if you can, please start from a greenfield configuration. Only migrate the necessary GPOs that you really know that you have to migrate. And how do I build up my Intune environment, or how do I do it? I will always start from a security baseline. Microsoft provides us with Windows 10 security baselines, and it's a collection of settings that they recommend to put in place to keep your environment secure. Now, if we just implement the basic security baseline, it will have some impact. So the baseline will differ from company or organization to organization. So you have to do some tweaking there, but you can make a nice baseline that will fit multiple companies and work further from there. So that's mostly my start. I will start with a Windows 10 security baseline, an Edge Chromium baseline, and then I will build up with configuration profiles. If I can build up with configuration profiles, I will put in some ADMX back policies in there, ADMX ingestion with custom OMA URIs from Intune, and that's how I build up my workplace. But the most important message here for me is, don't migrate all your GPOs. Really be critical about what to migrate. What do I really need to migrate? You don't really need all the legacy GPOs in your modern workplace. And of course, if you implement security baselines or you are playing around with them, don't deploy them to your whole organization. And mostly that's my advice with everything. Always start with rings. I always work phased. I'll implement ring 1 with test users in a really small ring 2 with more people in, and so you can build up your rollout, and you can shift faster if you want to. Another big part of the Microsoft Endpoint Manager part, Windows updates. We all are using Windows 10. We know it's a Windows as a service, so we are getting feature updates every half year, and we'll have to follow them, because if we don't follow them, we will not get any support after some time. What is my experience here is that a lot of organizations are stuck on a really old Windows feature update. So they don't get the Windows as a service principle already, even though it's existing for a few years now. So what's my advice here? If you can, try to follow up every feature update every 6 months. For some organizations, I know this will definitely not work, but for the smaller ones, the mid-sized ones, I always implement it that they follow up every 6 months. If you don't follow up every 6 months, you have to at least once a year update your new feature update. That's my advice here. What's also really important, if you set up feature updates or Windows updates with Windows Update for Business, create a delivery optimization profile. It's an Intune configuration profile. You can also implement it with the GPO, FYI. Why? Because we don't want all our computers downloading from the content delivery network. It would saturate our network connection. We don't want that. We want the first ones to download it, and I want the rest to be delivered peer-to-peer. So you can configure that very deeply if you want. Another big thing, create segmented pre-test groups. Like I said, I always work with rings in everything that I do. Create at least a minimum of 2-3 rings. What can I advise you here, or what's a tip that I can give you here? Windows Insider. I'm a big fan of Windows Insider. I'm following the program for a long time now. And in all my projects, my first Windows update ring is an Insider ring. Either the slow ring or the release, never the fast. That's too tricky. But that way you have at least 1 month of advantage before the feature update gets out. So you'll get it 1 month in advance. Like I said, keep ahead with your Windows updates. If your organization is ready for it, follow every feature update every 6 months. I've done a lot of projects at governments or at big cities in Belgium, and they are really following up every 6 months. So it's something that works. If you don't do it every 6 months, at least update once a year. Otherwise, you will get way back, and you will get some shit while updating later. So my advice here, multiple rings, keep ahead with your Windows updates, and look into the power of Windows Insider. Back to you, Jasper.
Thanks. So topic 12 is increased security. We all know that security is not just some things, it's an ongoing operation. But when you do onboarding of customers and you're touching a lot of things for them, it's quite complex to have the big security operation discussion and the services. So what we do in our project is we start simple, and it sounds quite simple, but we know that a lot of people are still not able to do basic security. So this is increase basic security, which the primary set is multi-factor authentication. So there are two possibilities to do it more manually, or you can choose for the Azure security defaults. It's quite a great set of Microsoft provided in a security baseline, where you can just tick one box and everybody will be enrolled in security default. I think it's a great thing to do now in the next months, because the basic authentication or legacy authentication protocols, IMAP, POP3, will be removed eventually by Microsoft. There will be still ways, of course, to still use it, but I don't believe that we should still use it in the time where we are living now. So do multi-factor authentication at least, or choose more security with the security defaults in one click. And the onboarding goes quite smoothly. We do sometimes some communication in parallel, but you have the 14 days of enrollment, the enforcement, and everyone has multi-factor authentication with one simple click. Because you have done the multi-factor authentication, people will be will be able to do an own password reset. We have seen there are a lot of products in the market also doing this, but to do it at home, to do it when you're connected in line of sight of your domain controller, to do it at your mobile device, it's quite complex. Microsoft has created the possibilities of password reset, self-service password reset. So this is a great advantage to do after the multi-factor authentication, and also quite normal. You should have done MFA before you do this, so people can reset their own passwords. Here you can choose more methods and some config or possibilities. Then the third thing that you could enable is when you have the managed device, when you can push in Intune client to manage it, and everything is quite grown in your workplace. You could choose passwordless authentication, just an enablement, and you can force it, or you can leave it for the users to enable this with a procedure, for example, that they can just say that they can just use passwordless authentication in their workplace, so they don't have the problems of authenticating a lot of times in a day. Then also because you have used Intune, the device is Azure AD joined, a lot of capabilities are coming up that you don't have the how it's called a lot of times the pop-ups. So the pop-ups fatigue. And then at last possibilities is that you use conditional access. It's also built in a type of form in the previous one, but you can say, for example, if a password or a user is at a risk, it's a high risk. Microsoft is doing the data things, and they know it's a high risk. So high risk is action. You can force a password reset because you have done MFA and SSPR. So that's a great advantage to do. This is a small step. It's 1% of your security operation, but you can enforce password resets because you know that there is a risk, and there's a great advantage of some more automation because you have chosen Microsoft 365 for your workplace. And then imagine we have migrated the customer or a scenario or a company to Microsoft 365. The documents are in the cloud. Everything is shifted for collaboration, voice, more security, Windows 10 management, mobile management, and there's nothing left except some infrastructure or application running on premises. And you need to get rid of these things because it stops the opportunity of using full cloud capabilities. Here's where the conversation a lot of times stops, and we leave these customers in the hybrid situation, which is, I believe, quite complex for the business needs they have. So we talk about Azure here. What you could do is shift applications in a new structure to Azure, but it's quite important to do a rehost, refactor, re-architecture, rebuild, replace. What I mean by that is assess everything that you have in your on-premise environment or your data center, and then see where you can re-architecture your application. If you have a web server with it's just a web server with a SQL and a web app, just don't go for infrastructure as a service because you will have no advantages of Azure. You just have moved the complexity from on-premise to the cloud. It's a basic thing to shift these things to more software as a service models. And it's important to do an assessment and plan what you're going to do with each piece of the puzzle of the on-premises or data center environment. And then, to be honest, Azure will not create added value if you don't do it right. We have seen a lot of customers that do it at the first phase, just infrastructure as a service moving to Azure. It could have a business achievement if you want to get rid of your physical data center or cost, but it has no real added value of the products that Azure is delivering. So don't do it except sometimes some people move it. If you have 5 servers, you could do it for phase 1 and phase 2, 2 months after is changing IaaS to, for example, web apps and other things. Then scalability. in compute and cost is priority 1. So in 2021, where we're in, security and isolation is increasing. So it's super important if you use Azure that you use it on the right way. So not infrastructure as a service, but segmentate all applications in Azure. Then how you can do an Azure project, quite simple overview is you can start a migration project. You can create an appliance, do an assessment of all your physical devices, and you will have a report where you can start on building the workplace or the future steps. And then use application dependency analysis feature to create server groups. This is more the practicalities. Migrate machines to physical servers in Azure if you want, but never forget that you need to redesign everything and try to say goodbye to old systems that are not secure anymore. Talk with vendors and do it on a good pace. And then when it comes to the legacy Active Directory migration, try to shift applications that use Azure Active Directory groups or Azure AD authentication to worst case ADDS. It's a service in Azure. It's a more virtualized domain controller, and the main message here is try to isolate applications in groups. So not everything in one pool, not infrastructure in one IaaS target in Azure. That's quite important. And if you have sometimes an old application, try to move it in a new style and new way in the modern landscape. Yes,
then we
Tim?
come to point 15, rethink on premises. What do we mean with rethink on premises? Up till now, if we follow our steps, or the steps maybe always not in the right order, but if we do every step, all our workloads are mostly migrated to Azure. So what's left there to do? One thing that we all forgot to say is, or that we can think about here, is the printers. How can we move our printers, move them away from a print server? You have different solutions here. Universal Print is a Microsoft solution. What's the great feature of Universal Print? It's in your license of Microsoft 365, in the business license even. So you can take use of it because you're already paying for it in your license. Of course, there are other solutions like Printix, maybe the most known one. So rethink on premise. What is left there to move? Our management, our workspace management is in the cloud. Our documents are migrated. We do collaboration with Teams and SharePoint. Voice is activated in Teams. We migrated our servers to Azure, or migrated them to a PaaS solution even. That's better. So what else is there? That's something to think about. Point 16 then is automate, because we're never done with our work. We can start automating that, of course. And what are the things that we can automate? We can implement SecOps, security operations, Microsoft Defender Advanced Threat Protection, or Defender for Endpoint as it's called now, Microsoft Cloud App Security, Sentinel. We're talking about the whole Microsoft ecosystem here. And what is the great power of the Microsoft ecosystem? That all these features like Defender, MCAS, and Sentinel, they integrate together, so they speak with each other. You can let them talk with each other. Send your incidents from Cloud App Security to Sentinel. Use Sentinel as your main SOC, and you can build layers on it. You can automate things, put logic caps in place, playbooks. The work is never done. That's what I said. What I mean here. What can we also do? The next level modern workplace, unified sensitive labeling. We will classify our documents. We can do it automatically. If they detect a bank account number or your social security number, that will get classified as sensitive information that cannot leave the company. That's a step that you can do. Defender for Endpoint in combination with Cloud App Security is a really, really powerful tool. it's only the E5 license, so it's quite expensive, but it's worth the cost. It's really worth the cost. They are easy to work with. I'm not going to say the word easy. They look easy to work with, and you can set it up, but you can really dive deep into it if you want. You can do some automatic remediation. You can follow up your incidents, let them work together. And like I said, you can also send your incidents to Sentinel to have one security operations central as your dashboard. Start with MOM. That shouldn't be on this slide. Sorry. Yeah, evaluate regularly which users have access to data, devices, and physical network. It's not really in the automate part, but I'm going to talk about it a little bit. We have some 5 minutes left. So you have to put in place a system of least privilege. You can. What I mostly put in place is privileged identity management, so that all users are stripped of their roles, but they can ask for their role themselves and activate it themselves, either with an approval flow behind it or not. You can put access reviews in there. You can have privileged access groups at the moment, where users can have rights on those groups. So if a user asks for the global administrator role, he will get put in the group, and after his work is done, or after the time frame that he can get the global administrator role, he will get pulled out of the group again. That's really powerful also. What else can you do? Work on secure score, Azure secure score, automate alerts with logic apps, like I said, and definitely look into the power of Sentinel. It's a great theme, a great Microsoft theme. It's a great tool, and that should be your final layer. When everything is moved, you will work on security and make sure that your environment is really, really secure. All right, I think we're through. I don't know if we have time for Q&A.
So you should have. So thank you for this amazing presentation.
Thank you.
Usually you should get a big applause from the audience, but yeah, in these days you have to think about it and you get it from us.
Thanks. Times are different these days.
Yeah, so I got a great insight about how to get started creating a modern workplace. Thank you for that. And towards the audience, if there are any questions left, in fact, that we have a little bit of a delay regarding the live stream. I guess we wait 30 seconds, and if we don't have any questions there, then we will take a break. So thanks again. And for the audience, don't switch the track. We have another amazing session in our pipe, which is held by Rueefli. So you won't get better than here. So we have our first question. Is it possible to download the slides somewhere? It's a very interesting question. So we will publish a recording, and you can have a look at our website, and then you will find the link for all the data that we provide for the sessions.
Yeah, the session, I will also put a blog post in place this week with the slides on it, so you can also go to my blog if you want.
Perfect. That's great. Yeah. Doesn't seem that there are further more questions there. So last time, thank you to our presenters. You did a great job. Hope we see ourselves soon. And I'm looking forward to our next session, and we will take a break until 10. And now there is another question. That's great. After my last sentence. How about migration of DL and security groups mail-enabled ?
Okay, I can take that one. What we sometimes do is disable Azure AD Connect. So all objects are cloud only. That's quite easy if you are capable of, if that's one of the last things that you need to move, you can stop the sync. Everything is cloud only, and you can delegate the distribution groups, or you can manage them from Exchange or Azure. Otherwise, it will get complex if it stays hybrid, because recipient management is on premises from Active Directory driven, and the rights are in the cloud, and that's quite complex for smaller customers. So we try to move them to the cloud. Sometimes also just exporting and importing them again in the cloud, but it has some mail impact, but that's also a possibility.
Okay, thank you for answering these questions. If you have further questions to the presenters, you see their contact, so get directly in touch with them. And yeah, the last time, thank you to everyone. We will take a little break and we see again at 11.
Thank you.
Thank you very much and bye.
Thank you.
Boys.
Bye.
Thanks a lot.
Businesses are rapidly adopting cloud computing, taking advantage of its flexibility and speed. Whether consuming SaaS applications, building cloud-native applications, or migrating existing applications to the cloud, finding a security solution that addresses a diverse set of needs is critical. Fortinet Cloud Security Solutions deliver. Get the confidence you need to deploy any application on any cloud, supporting any initiative. Fortinet supports all major cloud providers, ensuring that critical assets are secure and that security is manageable. The Fortinet three-pillar cloud security strategy provides the same level of security across multiple clouds by natively integrating security into the cloud platform, defining security policies for cloud services, and leveraging cloud services for security, ultimately enabling automation of security services. Fortinet provides the industry's broadest set of cloud security products, enabling you to use the same security in the cloud as you have on premises. By using purpose-built security tools in the cloud, you'll save time by leveraging existing skill sets. By managing security across multiple clouds through a single pane of glass, and by automating the security lifecycle management, you can better leverage existing skill sets and accelerate the confidence to deploy applications anywhere. From consuming cloud applications to building applications in the cloud and migrating IT to the cloud, Fortinet Cloud Security Solutions cover the broadest set of use cases, delivering the flexibility and confidence to use the cloud in a way that best serves your business.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining us in our Modern Workplace track at Expertslive Austria Conference 2021. I want to introduce you Michael Rueefli, our very famous Swiss MVP. With his track, It's 4 p.m. Do you know where your data is traveling to? I want to take over to Michael Rueefli now. It's your track. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome everyone to the session about cloud app security. My name is Michael Rueefli. As Michael already told you, I'm based in Switzerland. I'm an Azure MEP and working for my own company, Scopewise, as a cloud solutions architect, mainly focused on security and the Azure platform. Today, I will join the dark side. No, just kidding. The workplace, modern workplace part, because it's an integral part of the security stack, of course. So a little bit about myself as an introduction. I'm a, I would say long-time MVP since 2014 now. I switched to the cloud tracks several years ago, so I do only cloud since a few years. Before that, I was a data center guy. My heart is still a bit there, but yeah, I had to switch focus because of several reasons. I'm also active in the community most of the times, doing blogs and conferences. Sometimes, if I find the time, I do also share some code. Because I'm a fan of automation as well. So what to expect from this session? We will dive a little bit into the world of security in terms of how can we protect ourselves or our customers, sharing data which they don't want, protecting our customers from having rogue cloud applications used by their businesses. And we will see how cloud app security can help with that. We should have enough time at the end for Q&A if there are some questions. But I will start with the fiction. So some sentences I hear a lot from customer is, well, our company is not yet using cloud services yet. Is let's say one of the most common senses they might have. So the CIO or the CEO or whoever thinks, well, we are not in the cloud already, so it's not used, which is completely false in the most of the cases, because the business is not sleeping, as we all know. So if they don't get a solution from their internal IT department, they go somewhere else to search for a solution which might fit their needs. So in fact, they are buying SaaS services most of the times externally. And the IT might not even know about that. The second sentence is also interesting. So if I talk about security together with the customers, they have the intention that if they outsource a application to a SaaS provider, they either don't have any responsibility for security, or they think they don't even have a control over security in the cloud or over their data saved in the SaaS app somewhere. And the third one is also interesting. Well, our employees are instructed not to use Dropbox. Of course they are, but as we all know, not everybody's behaving as he should. And on the other side, it's not a rogue behavior by default or by design. If the user has a need and he can solve the need with the Dropbox, why not? But of course, we need to give him another way of sharing data, a more secure way, and then see how we can get rid of Dropbox and block it completely. So the reality is a bit different, as I already told you. It's not as these three example sentences stated the world. It's a bit different because of multiple reasons, but one of them is that with using applications from the cloud, either it's a PaaS offering or a SaaS offering, like the most famous ones are, of course, the M365 services, but also Workday or Salesforce or Google Cloud Suite are, yeah, let's say interesting applications which are broadly used in a lot of companies, from small to large. And this changed the landscape because our perimeter, which we know from the data center or from our branch offices, is not only the firewall anymore, it's also the device. And one of the most important assets to protect in the cloud world is, of course, the identity. On the right side, we have the apps and the data. Of course, the data is the thing we are interested in today in the session. How can we prevent from data being exfiltered or extracted into locations or applications we don't want that to happen? So to fight that, we need to transition our way how we protect those three asset types. And one of the way is to use a cloud app security broker. Cloud app security broker, what is that? It's basically a service which runs on-prem on an appliance or on any other type of stack, like is software installed on a box somewhere. Most of the times it's an appliance which runs on-premise, or it's a cloud service. In the term of Microsoft Cloud App Security, it's of course a fully managed cloud service, so nothing to deploy to use the service in your infrastructure. You just need the right license. What does a CASB? So what does it do? It monitors activities between the users, which you have seen on the left side in the slide before, and the applications running the software in the cloud. It not only monitors the activities, there are also possibilities to enforce certain security policies or restrictions. Let's say, for example, I want to prevent from sensitive content being uploaded to, let's say, unwanted SaaS applications. Again, why companies might need a CASB today? Because every company is using SaaS apps by today. So maybe there are some small companies they are not using cloud at all, but I would say 90% out of all the companies worldwide already started to use some cloud services, especially SaaS is on the run. So we need a visibility. How do we even know what kind of applications are being used by our users? There are some indications, of course. If you have a look at the firewall logs, if you have a look at your cloud proxy, if there is one, what is being used there, you might have a filter there. But a lot of times, applications are opened using HTTPS tunnels or HTTP tunnels, and if you don't have a very restrictive set of URLs, then you might not even know that some users are using Dropbox, for example, or any other service which is out there. So the visibility also helps to guide you what's out there and what applications your users are currently consuming. The data security, information protection, DLP, are becoming more important day by day, and also here the CASB can help to, let's say, protect you from some of the potential threats, losing your data, or let's say giving your data to the wrong persons or institutions. Threat protection. So we want to know if users are behaving anomalous. Not only hackers, of course, but also, as you might know, a lot of attacks, if you can call them attacks, are coming from the inside, so from the internal employees. And to give you an example here, you have, let's say, not a rogue user, but a normal user, which is just executing an executable or a document he received by email. It's still 80% of the cases which we see in the wild are caused by some rogue emails opened by, let's say, a rogue user, no, just a normal user. He didn't want to click on the attachment, or he didn't even pay attention to it. So we want to protect from threats, but also from user behavior, which might not be which might not be the way as we want. So let's make an example here. User behavior could be that the user is downloading a lot of content from SharePoint, let's say a mass download, which could be an indication that it's his last business day and he wants to pull out all the sensitive information before he jumps to the other company. And also there are some compliance restrictions. So in finance and health sector, we need to enforce some compliance restrictions that some kind of data should not be shared at all or should not travel if it contains sensitive information. We also need a compliance in terms of reporting. So maybe we need to report on a certain schedule what our users are sharing with others, where our data is traveling to, and which kind of applications the users are using the most. So some kind of reporting could be also a requirement. And these are all features that Microsoft Cloud App Security can deliver. And we will dive now into a little bit into Cloud App Security in these 4 pillars: Cloud App Discovery, so the cloud discovery, what our users are doing; information protection, if you want to protect, let's say, sensitive labeled documents from traveling around public services. We want to detect anomalies, and we want in-session control. So maybe we want to block copy-paste into a SaaS application from a unmanaged client device. Could be a use case. Let's say the unique approach of Cloud App Security compared to other solutions is the very, very tight integration in all the different products from the M365 stack. So this is the whole security stack from the security graph. Then we have Azure Security Center, Endpoint Manager, Microsoft Information Protection, conditional access from Azure AD, which is a very integral part of the whole CASB protection, or the CASB solution, sorry. And another important thing is the Microsoft Defender ATP. So all these products are tightly integrated into the Microsoft Cloud App Security solution. So to show you a little bit context, I will show you some examples how Cloud App Security looks. If you never played around it or if you've never seen it, this might help to understand what I've talked about a minute ago. So what we see here is the dashboard of Cloud App Security. The Cloud App Security portal is reachable, of course, by a tenant base. So if your tenant is named differently, then you just replace it here, or you can choose the Microsoft Admin Portal, the Security tab from the Security portals to reach the Cloud App Security portal as well. That's also another way to get there. One of the 29 portals. What we see here is a discovery dashboard first. So I want to see what apps are being used actively in my environment. I can drill down to the last 90 days. And this gives me an indication which applications are being used by the users and what they are doing with the applications. How much traffic, let's say data in and output, so up and download we had for certain applications over a certain amount of time. And this is also the way to block applications from being used by the users if I don't want that. So I could maybe say, well, SourceForge is really not something I want, so I can unsanction this SaaS application. And from that point on, it will be blocked. So I will dive a little bit deeper into the technical functionality, how this is working behind the scenes, but just to give you an example how quickly you can see what applications are being used in your environment, and you can actively start blocking them. Or another thing is you can click on such an application and you will get a cloud discovery rating. So if we go to the Cloud App Catalog and we search for SourceForge, and we have a security rating from Microsoft, but also from other vendors, which is combined in this dashboard here. So we can quickly see if the company or the service behind is compliant to ISO 27 something, or to SOX, or to Safe Harbor, or whatever compliance initiative you are tied to. Also some technical security stuff, how this application is rated, and based on this information, this helps also with the decision if we're going to block it or not, or just inform the users that we are going to block it soon because of security reasons, because of data compliancy, data residency reasons, whatever. It's all application by application has this same information here. About 16,000 plus applications are registered in the Cloud App Catalog here, so a bunch of them are there. I think most of the common used SaaS apps are registered. You will find them. I can dive into the user's perspective. So if I want to know what a certain user is doing, I have this view, of course, which application he's using, how much data he has transmitted. So here I can see the apps the user is actively using over the last 30 days. Again, I can dive up to back up to 90 days. I have also categorization. So if I want to see how which collaboration tools he's using, this doesn't look very bad. Maybe Google Cloud Suite is not the way we want to share data in our company, but that doesn't look very rogue. I also have the device view, so I can see which device is doing which kind of activity. I have here my test demo device. I can see the users drill down on this device and again see what this device has been actively using as applications. So how does this work in terms of data gathering? How does Cloud App Security even know that my users are using this type of SaaS applications? There are two ways mainly. So detecting and collecting the data can be done either using Windows Defender for endpoint, or formerly known as Windows Defender ATP, Advanced Threat Protection. As long as you have the agent deployed and onboarded, you can connect Cloud App Security with the Defender. And from that point on, every machine running the Defender stack or Defender for endpoint will automatically report its data into Cloud App Security. So there is no hassle, no infrastructure you need additionally. You just need to connect those two products. And of course, you need to have the right license. I will talk about that at the end of the presentation, what that means in terms of licensing. But that's the easiest way to get this type of data, the usage data, into Cloud App Security. Another way of collecting the data is by using so-called, excuse me, just want to get rid of the taskbar here. Another way of getting the data is by using collector machines. And of course, you need to have a firewall or web proxy, which is in the communication path of your browsers or your desktop applications. and then forward those collected logs to Cloud App Security. So if you don't have ATP, and if you don't have Defender at all, then there is a possibility to attach log files from firewalls and proxies and upload them into Cloud App Security, just to have an overview of what's going on. So the cloud discovery part doesn't require the Windows Defender ATP stack. But of course, then if you want to integrate with blocking, actively blocking, or allowing applications, then you need some kind of API backend on your firewall or proxy appliance here, because if Cloud App Security is blocking something, then the way back into the proxy or firewall should work. Otherwise, it's just we unsanctioned app, and technically nothing would happen behind the scenes. So it would still be technically allowed to use the app, but it will only report that users are using unsanctioned apps. An important part I already talked about a little bit is the conditional access. So maybe we don't want to block a SaaS app entirely. We just want to prevent that this type of application is being used on unmanaged devices. So for that, we need different types of services, of course. We need a way to identify device as managed or compliant, or on the other side, unmanaged, uncompliant. This is where Intune or Endpoint Manager comes into play. But on the other hand, we also need to identify the condition when a user logs into a SaaS application, what conditions are applied. Is the user logging in from, let's say, outside of the controlled perimeter? Is he logging in from a unmanaged device? Is he logging in with having a user risk maybe assigned to it at the time of the login? And then we can decide what happens. So conditional access is actively used for this type of policies here, the access and session policies. So in terms of giving conditions to it, we can decide if the application blocks or Cloud App Security is going to block some certain features of the applications or not. Or maybe we instruct the Windows Defender endpoint agent to actively blocking some type of applications. Again, all these products here are tightly and natively integrated into Cloud App Security. Even Azure Sentinel has a rich connector into it. Speaking about the policies, we have different types of policies. So we can detect and report using policies, but we can also actively block stuff from happening. So basically, the difference between these type of the policies is session policy requires that you can interact with the web session. So you place Cloud App Security between the end user and the SaaS app by using a reverse proxy feature. And this enables Cloud App Security have control over the browser-based application or the browser sessions. Or if it's a desktop application, most of the times we do not have control into the HTTP stream or the browsers or the web stream. Then we have the possibility to actively blocking some fat applications from being used under certain conditions. So how does this look like? Yeah, my boss said sharing data with the cloud is easy. Let's see if this is really that easy. In this demonstration here, I'm assuming that I'm running a modern browser like Chrome or Edge, and I'm logging in from a hotel lobby PC, whatever. I logged in using my Azure AD account. I'm going to use I'm going to the My Applications portal and I'm starting my Outlook. Now the first thing which happens is I get a notice that Big Brother is watching me when I'm using Exchange from an unmanaged device. Okay, yeah, I don't care. I just need to send a password to my colleague now. I'm just going to write a mail message to the rogue come. And now I'm going to paste my secret password here into the window. Copy paste doesn't work. I'm going to show it like this. Paste, no, action blocked. Okay, action blocked as you appear to use non-managed device. Shame on you, blah, blah, blah. So this is in fact a session policy, which is actively blocking me from doing certain stuff with certain applications. Behind the scenes, it's a combination between conditional access. So I need to know, well, the user is logging in from an unmanaged device. I need to know which application he's using. So in this type, I'm using Exchange Online, web-based email. And I also need to decide what happens then. And this is a combination between conditional access and Cloud App Security session policy. So to show you how this works in Cloud App Security, I go to the control section of Cloud App Security, to the policies. And to make it a little bit easier, I've named the policies which I've created by my own with the labs. I can also filter here by, this is a type of a session policy. I'm interacting with a browser session. I think this is the data exfiltration on unmanaged devices. Yes. I told the session control type to block activities if the application is part of Office 365 services and the user is not Azure AD hybrid joined or compliant, which would indicate that it's a completely unmanaged device, of course. And then this is the blocking message we have seen before. So I don't want to have the application interacting with the copy paste, for example. The other part of the stuff is the conditional access policy. Going to show you in a second. So conditional access is a policy here. Conditional access policy for a type of a DLP on unmanaged devices. That's just the name of the policy, and we see the conditions here. Of course, to which user does this policy apply? I only included my demo user. I don't want to bug all my other colleagues. So the next step is to decide for which application this conditional access policy is being used. And then we have the conditions. Any device, no restrictions at all. So no special conditions are configured here. Of course, we're going to grant access, otherwise we'll completely block access to the SaaS applications at all. And the trick comes in this setting here. Here's the magic. Use conditional access app control with a custom policy, which in fact redirects this traffic to Cloud App Security. And that's where the reverse proxying stuff comes into play. We see that also on the URL here. I did not include any MCAS URL. This is automatically mapped to Cloud App Security as soon as the conditional access policy kicks in, and the user request is redirected to the Europe version of the MCAS service, in my case, on the Microsoft Cloud, of course, and is reverse proxied to the Exchange Online service. Of course, without reverse proxying, we would not have the control in the browser session to block certain features or to interact with information protection. So what if we wanted also to automate certain response to, let's say, incidents or potential incidents? Let's say someone is behaving badly and he does stuff he shouldn't do. He starts to upload confidential content. He starts to download rogue applications, something like let's say scripting and hacker tools and whatever, and he finds a way to start it and we want to respond. So let's make an example. Here a user is behaving rogue on a device, which can be the actual user or could also be an attacker getting in possession of the user's credential. So we want to actively block maybe the user or even the machine. Sorry, that was a little bit too quick. So the SOAR part, so the automated response to security events, is not only a thing which Sentinel can do, also Cloud App Security has a native integration into Microsoft Power Automate. So we can trigger a Power Automate flow if a incident in Cloud App Security matches a certain condition, or if we have a policy which is forcing an alert to being created, then we can link a Power Automate flow. And there, as you might know, it's very powerful. It's because it's named Power. It's very powerful to automate stuff behind the scenes. And in the next example, I'm going to give you an idea how this could look like. Because of the REST API of Cloud App Security, we also have an integration into the different products, and Power Automate is just one of the ways we can interact for automatically blocking something if we have a abnormal user behavior, for example. So in this demonstration, I'm assuming that a user is using a managed device, so that's fine. It's the same user. It's a virtual machine here in this case. It's a managed device. Again, I'm using the same user, the demo user 02, which is now opening the same application Outlook on his managed device. All these type of messages you can either enable or disable from being shown to the user. I'm going to try the same stuff again, trying to paste a and because I'm now on a managed device with the same user, it's working. Okay, so that's the part where I'm proving that the policy is working. But now the most interesting part is how can we automate some response? So let's go by the assumption that he's trying to upload some confidential document to Yammer. Of course, I have single sign-on here. Also, Yammer is controlled by Cloud App Security. Okay, so I have some threads here trying to comment this. And I'm trying to upload a document. My social number, no. My secret document, that's even better. Open. Now this upload is being blocked. Okay, so no magic here. But what if I upload a, let's say, not so secret document? This works, okay? Revenue was working, but the secret doc was not. Why is that? It's pretty easy because Cloud App Security also integrates with information protection. It's a term of how my documents I'm trying to upload are being labeled. So in fact, this document is labeled with a sensitivity label called confidential. And in this sensitivity label, I defined also some encryption policies and so on. But the magic is the policy in cloud app security in combination with the information protection and conditional access. So I'm trying to prevent data exfiltration into applications I don't want it to happen. And I'm also making it dependent on the protection level of the documents. So maybe public documents is fine, but classified documents, I don't want them to be shared on Yammer or maybe on other SaaS applications as well. So interesting enough, but something happened right now. If demagogues are being okay with me today, I should not be able to log into Azure AD anymore. Let's try Teams. Oh yeah, okay. My account has been blocked. It has been locked out because I linked a conditional access policy with a cloud app security policy, which is again linked to a flow blocking actively the user with the rogue behavior. So just to prove that one, I'm going back to the cloud app security, going to the policies. This is something apps. Labs prevent data exfiltration on unmanaged devices. This is not the case. Here it is. In this demonstration, I created a policy which blocks upload of confidential information to Yammer. If I have a look at the policy, then it's pretty easy. If the application equals Yammer and the classification label of the document being uploaded is labs confidential, then we have a built-in DLP policy which is actively blocking the action with a certain message, of course. But in this situation, I also have connected a flow to the policy, and we can see the flow here in the security extensions. I have so-called playbooks, and interesting enough that the playbooks here are only Power Automate flows. In Sentinel, the playbooks are Azure Logic Apps. Yeah. It's just to make you aware that playbooks is not playbooks. Depending on where you are, the playbook is a flow or a Azure Logic app. The blocking user flow is not really very sophisticated. I just have a connector to Azure Sentinel. To Cloud App Security. When a Cloud App Security alert is triggered and the policy is configured to attach the flow, then we're gonna see the alert description, and we're gonna pull out the entities. So which user was behaving in a way we don't want it to, and then we're going to update the user and just set the attribute account enabled to no. So that's where the user is going to be blocked. Of course, I need to make sure that I'm going to unblock the user now, because otherwise the next demonstration might fail. Block user signing, no. Okay. So this was a quick demonstration how we could automatically respond to certain things happening. Now, how do we get started? So what's the, let's say, the 5 easy step to kick off the cloud app security journey in your company? We need first the right license, and there are multiple ways to do it. Of course, there are always multiple ways to get the right feature with licensing, but what I can tell from my experience is that the most combination of licenses I see out in the wild is a Microsoft 365 Enterprise 3 license in combination with a Enterprise Mobile Security EMS E5 license, which is from a financial and functionality perspective a very good match. But of course, you can also get the feature using the Microsoft 365 E5 license, so the full-blown package. Not a lot of companies have that rolled out worldwide, so a lot of them are using a combination. But you need some security add-on from the EMS package, and that's the EMS E5. So without the EMS E5, you only have, with EMS E3, you only have the reporting stuff to control cloud applications, like I showed you in the demonstrations. You're working with the policies, you need the EMS E5 add-on, which you get with EMS E5 add-on package or with the E5 from M365. We need to, the next step is if we have the right license, we need to discover what our users are doing. So we need the data. And again, this is possible using Defender, connecting Defender together with Cloud App Security, and you're done. So there's really nothing to do there other than rolling out Defender and enabling the flag for the connection between the two products. Or on the other hand, you can install a collector. It's a container. You need to run this on a container host, and the container is then collecting that data from your firewall and your proxy device. And then it uploads the data to Cloud App Security. Another thing is if you have sanctioned apps, so you want to allow certain apps like Office 365, of course, or GitHub, you might to connect these SaaS apps to Cloud App Security, which is in fact a tight integration between the REST APIs of Cloud Application and the SaaS app. That's of course not possible for all of the 16,000. It's only possible for those who actively developed a native connector into Cloud App Security. The connect option allows you to have even more integration into the application. So blocking some features, some certain features are allowed, some not. Depending on the connector, you can not only block copy paste or up and download. There's, depending on the application, you can also block some features of the SaaS applications then if it has a connector. Activate the integrations, activate integration with Defender, Microsoft Information Protection, and Azure Security Center, and configure the initial policies. An important thing here is please do not activate all the policies you find in the templates. You will break your user's experience because it might block some more stuff than you really want. So think about the use cases. What are the, let's say, top 3 use cases you want to either detect or prevent, and start from there. This is again the overview for the licensing. So discovery and reporting is, oh, I see there's a typo. I'm sorry. This should be E3. This is the E3. So we have discovery and reporting is covered in the E3 package, but the enforcement and control is required, requires the E5 license, or the add-on, of course, the EMS E5 add-on. So let's wrap up this short intro into Cloud App Security. The top 5 use cases, which could make sense also for your company and to adopt the Cloud App Security, is the first thing, of course, we want to know where our SaaS shadow IT is happening. And it is happening, trust me. If you have a proxy appliance already detecting this kind of applications, that's fine enough. But also think about the mobile case. What if the user is not in your controlled environment and traveling around the world, which is not the case a lot by the moment, but think about users having mobile devices not being controlled by the same proxy appliance. How can you detect and protect from rogue stuff being happening? Then we want to discover privileged OAuth apps. I did not show you this one. Maybe I jump back. I completely skipped this. Sorry for that. We all know the problem of rogue consents to SaaS applications. Okay, so I want to know which applications are being consented and maybe have, let's say, permissions on the Graph API, which they should not have, or I might not even know that some admins or users, if not configured correctly, onboarded new SaaS applications having access or consent to the Azure AD or Graph API. So here in this overview, I have the OAuth apps. So these are all apps having in some way received a consent to access Azure AD or Graph API. Then I can also dive into the details of this. Let's keep that as an example, the Graph Explorer. I see it's authorized by 2 users. They had the possibility to give consent to the application for certain permissions. And if I want to see which type of permissions the application has received, I can click directly here on this link, and it shows me all the granted permission to the consented application. There are other ways to find out about these permissions using PowerShell Azure AD, but just to show you the completeness of Cloud App Security, it's also easy to show it here what's happening on the consent permission side of cloud applications being used in your Azure AD directory. Of course, we want to block unsanctioned apps, and we want to prevent data exfiltrations from certain devices or for certain type of data. So that's basically it. Thanks to the sponsors for making this event possible. Also, thank you to the organizers of Expertslive Austria for having me today. It was a pleasure. And if you have questions, I will be around for 4 or 5 minutes. So let's open the Q&A and see if we have some questions, or if we even have some attendees. No, just kidding.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Michael. And yeah, again, if there is any questions, please put them in the Q&A and the chat. So maybe let's wait because of the delay of the presentation that there may reach some in. Currently, there's no questions at all. Looks like you answered all the questions already in the presentation.
Which might be cool. I don't think so, but yeah, in any case, if someone has further questions, you can reach me on Twitter or by email. Just reach out to me, and if you want to get the slides, this was a question in the previous session. Of course, the slides will be made available to you, so you will get them.
Yeah, we will make that. So yeah, no questions in the Q&A so far. So I think we are more or less done and can close your session. And I think I can take over to Michael.
One question is there.
Another one just came in. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So I think cloud app security is also important in today's WFH. Do not have all traffic go through a VPN.
Absolutely. This is totally true. So that's the scenario I try to explain when you think you have everything under control and your proxy appliance is protecting every user in your organization. But it's a lot of the time it's not the case that the same proxy protection stack is being used if the users are traveling or not working in the company's facilities. And using Cloud App Security, you don't have to think about where the user is. That's part of the Zero Trust initiative. So we don't want to care where the user is actually working. It depends on
Businesses are rapidly adopting cloud computing, taking advantage of its flexibility and speed. Whether consuming SaaS applications, building cloud-native applications, or migrating existing applications to the cloud, finding a security solution that addresses a diverse set of needs is critical. Fortinet Cloud Security Solutions deliver. Get the confidence you need to deploy any application on any cloud supporting any initiative. Fortinet supports all major cloud providers, ensuring that critical assets are secure and that security is manageable. The Fortinet three-pillar cloud security strategy provides the same level of security across multiple clouds by natively integrating security into the cloud platform, defining security policies for cloud services, and leveraging cloud services for security, ultimately enabling automation of security services. Fortinet provides the industry's broadest set of cloud security products, enabling you to use the same security in the cloud as you have on premises. By using purpose-built security tools in the cloud, you'll save time by leveraging existing skill sets. By managing security across multiple clouds through a single pane of glass, and by automating the security lifecycle management, you can better leverage existing skill sets and accelerate the confidence to deploy applications anywhere. From consuming cloud applications to building applications in the cloud and migrating IT to the cloud, Fortinet Cloud Security Solutions cover the broadest set of use cases, delivering the flexibility and confidence to use the cloud in a way that best serves your business.
So, wir warten noch auf das Eintreffen der letzten Teilnehmer. Wir werden dann in spätestens 1-2 Minuten loslegen. So, ich begrüße alle Teilnehmer zurück aus der wohlverdienten Mittagspause. Ich hoffe, ihr seid alle gestärkt. Ihr befindet euch in dem Modern Workplace Track und wir werden fortsetzen mit unserer nächsten Session. Und zwar haben wir heute mit dem Boot an Patrick Grünauer, der uns die Unterschiede zwischen PowerShell 5.1 und PowerShell 7 beziehungsweise die PowerShell-Evolution etwas näher bringt. Vielen Dank, dass du das heute mit uns gemeinsam machst. Einige der wenigen deutschen Sessions, die wir heute präsentieren. Falls jemand Fragen hat, bitte nutzt das Q&A-Tool. Wir werden versuchen, die Fragen dann am Ende der Session zu adressieren. Und sonst bleibt mir nur noch über, die Bühne an den Patrick zu übergeben. Und habt viel Freude damit und eine wunderschöne Session.
Ja, vielen Dank, Christian. Ich sehe gerade 27 Teilnehmer, vielleicht werden es noch mehr. Vielen Dank für den Besuch meiner Session. Ich werde in dieser Session über PowerShell 5.1 und PowerShell 7 sprechen. Und zwar Side by Side, das heißt in Parallelmode. Das heißt, ich werde aufzeigen, wie ich PowerShell 5 und PowerShell 7 in einem Parallelmode einsetzen kann. Ich werde auch Probleme aufzeigen mit PowerShell 7, beziehungsweise werde auch ein paar Tipps mitgeben für die Handhabung von PowerShell 5.1 und PowerShell 7 auf einem System. Ganz kurz zu meiner Person. Patrick Grünauer. Ich beschäftige mich seit ein paar Jahren intensiv mit PowerShell und habe irgendwie PowerShell lieben gelernt und ja, habe auch einen Blog, wo ich über PowerShell schreibe, beziehungsweise mir kann man auch auf Twitter folgen. Ja, gehen wir gleich rein in die Session und ich habe ein paar Themen vorbereitet, die ich kurz vorstellen möchte. Nämlich, ich möchte einmal grundsätzlich eine Frage stellen, wie viele PowerShells braucht der Mensch? Ja, weil natürlich auch ab und zu die Frage auftaucht, es wird schon langsam ein bisschen kompliziert auf den Windows-Systemen. Ja. Ein bisschen viele Shells, ein bisschen viele grafische Oberflächen, wer sich daran erinnern kann an die Apps, die es gibt, beziehungsweise an die Programme, die es gibt. Ja, also es gibt ja unterschiedliche grafische Oberflächen mittlerweile. Also es wird sehr, sehr viel und da möchte ich ein bisschen Licht ins Dunkel bringen. Dann schauen wir uns an, PowerShell 7 Modulkompatibilität. Das heißt, wo kann ich PowerShell 7 einsetzen, wo sollte ich PowerShell 7 eher nicht einsetzen? Kann ich PowerShell 7 mit Remoting einsetzen? Das heißt, wenn ich remote auf Remote-Computer zugreifen möchte, ist das möglich? Gibt es hier Einschränkungen? Und dann kommen wir zu einem Thema Visual Studio Code oder ISE. Das heißt, da werde ich aufzeigen Vor- und Nachteile von Visual Studio Code und der ISE und ob das eine schon veraltet ist oder nicht. Ja, da ist ein bisschen ein Streitpunkt mit dabei, was soll ich jetzt verwenden. Dann Windows Terminal, wer das noch nicht kennt vielleicht. Und dann von mir ein paar persönliche Tipps vielleicht, wo wir hingehen sollten. Ja, also für Menschen, die sich besonders für PowerShell interessieren, was soll ich mir jetzt anschauen? Ja, also wo soll ich mich vielleicht hineintigern bzw. näher informieren? So, die Frage, die sich jetzt stellt, ist, wozu PowerShell 7 überhaupt? Also wozu brauchen wir das? Natürlich, Weiterentwicklung ist wichtig. Andererseits gibt es vielleicht noch andere Gründe, PowerShell 7 einzusetzen. Wieso hat sich Microsoft entschieden, hier eine grundlegendst andere PowerShell-Version, also grundlegend kann man vielleicht nicht sagen, aber zumindest doch eine andere PowerShell-Version zu entwickeln? Und es gibt natürlich mehrere Gründe. Nämlich meine Hoffnung ist, dass PowerShell 7 das Shell-Chaos irgendwann einmal aufräumt und dass PowerShell 7 die Default-Shell ist. Das heißt, dass ich einfach nur einen Kommandozeileninterpreter habe mit einer Skriptsprache. Ist natürlich schwierig zu bewerkstelligen, weil die Abwärtskompatibilität gewährt sein muss. Also wer jetzt beispielsweise noch irgendwelche CMD-Skripts oder Batch-Scripts einsetzt, könnte diese auch mit PowerShell laufen lassen. Aber ja, also es gibt hier und da Probleme. So schaut das aus. Also wenn ich mal ein System habe, und ich habe eine Eingabeaufforderung, dann habe ich PowerShell 5, ja, das ist hier das blaue Fenster, da gleich davor. Dann habe ich das schwarze Fenster mit PowerShell 7 und dann habe ich auch noch zwei Editoren, die empfohlen werden von vielen PowerShell-Gurus oder auch von Microsoft. Das ist die PowerShell ISE als Editor. Ja, da lässt sich wesentlich angenehmer arbeiten als wie in der echten PowerShell, weil ich einfach Sachen vorbereiten kann, testen kann, analysieren kann und erst dann auf Play drücke, wenn ich das möchte. Oder verwende ich Visual Studio Code. Ja. Kann ich gleich verraten, Visual Studio Code ist die offizielle Empfehlung vom Microsoft PowerShell Team. Wir sagen, use Visual Studio Code, use PowerShell 7. Welche Gründe gibt es eigentlich, um das nicht zu benutzen? Mir fallen schon ein paar Gründe ein und auf die werde ich dann auch noch näher eingehen. Ja, vielleicht ein Überblick über den PowerShell Support Lifecycle. Wenn man sich diese Entwicklung anschaut, ja, dann hat das Ganze begonnen schon 2006. Ist ein bisschen erschreckend, dass es vielleicht noch wirklich, es ist meine Erfahrung, ja, bei meinen Kursteilnehmern, dass es sehr, sehr viele Teilnehmer gibt, egal ob die aus der Praxis kommen oder ob sie sich einfach nur für IT interessieren, dass relativ also die 8 von 10 kennen sich mit PowerShell nicht wirklich aus. Bei denen ist es irgendwie ein bisschen vorbeigegangen. Natürlich für Menschen, die immer beim neuesten Stand sind, die sind natürlich up to date. Aber es gibt schon seit 14 Jahren und wir haben jetzt hier, da im August 16, die letzte PowerShell-Version mit PowerShell 5.1. Ja. Herausgebracht beim Windows 10 Anniversary Update und Windows Server 2016. Das ist 4 Jahre her. Das ist sehr, sehr lange in der Informatik. 4 Jahre ist 100 Jahre Menschheit. Ein bisschen übertrieben vielleicht. Und Microsoft hat sich dann entschieden, eine PowerShell 6 Version zu machen. Ja, das war so eine Zwischenstufe ein bisschen. Wir sind jetzt bei PowerShell 7.1. Ja, und diese Grafik hier soll aber nicht zeigen, wie lange das Microsoft PowerShell 5.1 beispielsweise unterstützt. Also PowerShell 5.1 wird ja mitgeliefert mit Windows Server 2016. Das heißt, das ist einfach nur eine Auflistung der Releases, nicht wie lange das Microsoft eine PowerShell-Version supportet. Wir kommen jetzt zu einer Demo. Ich möchte gleich zu Beginn einmal das herzeigen aus der Praxis, wo dann Probleme entstehen können, wenn ich PowerShell 5 und PowerShell 7 einsetze. Ich mache diese Case Study gleich zu Beginn, damit klar ist, wo wir hinwollen. Und zwar, sagen wir, es gibt das Skript, das heißt alert me if a DC is down. Das heißt, das ist einfach ein Monitoring-Skript, das habe ich geschrieben und ich möchte einfach, wenn ein Server nicht mehr auf einen Ping reagiert, eine Nachricht bekommen. Gut, dann schreibe ich dieses PowerShell-Skript in PowerShell 5.1 und implementiere das in einen Scheduled Task, in die Aufgabenplanung und das rennt dann vor sich hin. Irgendwann komme ich drauf, hey, das wäre jetzt cool, das Ganze mit PowerShell 7 vielleicht laufen zu lassen. Und wenn ich dann PowerShell 7 verwende, dann komme ich plötzlich drauf, das funktioniert nicht mehr. So, über was spreche ich jetzt überhaupt? Schauen wir uns Folgendes an. Ich habe jetzt hier ein Skript vorbereitet. Dieses Skript habe ich auch in einem PowerShell-Buch als Beispiel angefügt, also ein PowerShell Conference Book. Ich mache jetzt gerade meine eigenen Skripts schlecht, nicht? Weil wenn sich jetzt jemand das Buch kauft, dann weiß er, dass es mit PowerShell 7 nicht mehr funktioniert. Aber es ist einfach mein Paradebeispiel, ja? dass man aufpassen muss, wenn man PowerShell 5 und PowerShell 7 einsetzt. Denken wir uns das Skript kurz durch. Ist natürlich viel Code jetzt vielleicht, aber es macht nichts anderes wie, er ruft alle Domain-Controller ab und pingt dann jeden Domain-Controller. So, dieser Skriptblock hier beinhaltet ein sogenanntes Try-Catch-Statement. Das heißt, er versucht etwas und fangt dann die Fehler. Gut, jetzt ist die Geschichte, dass wann tritt ein Fehler auf? Also in dem Fall, wenn der Ping hier nicht funktioniert, tritt ein Fehler auf bei PowerShell 5.1. Wenn bei PowerShell 7 ein Fehler auftritt, der Ping nicht funktioniert, tritt kein Fehler auf. Ich zeige das jetzt einmal her. Und ich mache jetzt beispielsweise einen Ping auf eine IP-Adresse, die es nicht gibt. Sollte vielleicht eine andere, so, zum Beispiel das da. Dann bekomme ich hier in PowerShell 7, ich habe hier PowerShell 7, in Visual Studio Code geöffnet, sehe ich hier, ich bekomme entweder a timed out oder a destination host unreachable, müsste das heißen, oder immer eine Zeitüberschreitung der Anforderung. So, schalte ich hier um auf PowerShell 5, kann ich in Visual Studio Code ganz einfach umschalten. Also für die, die Visual Studio Code noch nicht gesehen haben, es macht natürlich Sinn jetzt vielleicht, wenn ich was testen möchte, hier unten einfach umzuschalten. So, ich mache jetzt das Gleiche in PowerShell 5. Ich sehe, ich bekomme hier nicht eine Nachricht wie Zeitüberschreitung der Antwort oder Zielhost nicht erreichbar, sondern ich bekomme wirklich einen Error. So, und wenn ich jetzt ein Skript habe, so wie hier, und ich verwende dieses Skript, dann ist es so, dass PowerShell hier diese Errors fängt und diese Errors fängt, dann eine E-Mail verschickt, dass ein Error aufgetreten ist. Das Problem ist aber, PowerShell 7 generiert keinen Error. PowerShell 7 gibt mir ganz einfach aus, genauso wie Ping, eine Statusausgabe. Ja. Und so bin ich draufgekommen bei einem meiner Skripts, dass es dann eben dementsprechend nicht mehr funktioniert. Das kann man natürlich jetzt ändern. Man müsste jetzt beispielsweise so einen Try-Catch-Block auflösen und einfach if irgendwas, wenn die Antwort so und so lautet, dann schickt mir bitte eine E-Mail. Ja. Ich habe das dann auch noch in einem Skript dort demonstriert, nämlich beispielsweise diese IP-Adresse hier. Diese gibt es nicht. Also wenn ich den Code hier ausführe, ja, das bedeutet nichts anderes, wenn der Ping hier funktioniert, soll er mal hinschreiben, Test nicht erfolgreich. Ich sollte hier nichts sehen, sehe ich auch nichts, warum ich habe PowerShell 5, er bringt mir einfach einen Error raus. Ja. Wenn ich aber jetzt versuche, das hier zu tun, ja, bringt mir PowerShell 7. Okay, ich habe hier einen nicht behebbaren Fehler, also wahrscheinlich irgendein Performance-Problem oder so. Irgendwie funktioniert der Ping jetzt nicht. Aber ich glaube, das Beispiel von vorher war dann doch recht klar, dass ich eben aufpassen muss, welche Antwort ich erhalte. Da verhält sich PowerShell 5 und PowerShell 7 komplett anders. Ja, eigentlich sollte das schon funktionieren. Schauen wir mal, ob das da funktioniert jetzt wenigstens. Okay, mag mich nicht. Mag mich heute nicht. Macht nichts. So, das war mein Demo, nämlich in Bezug auf Skripts gleich zu Beginn. Was muss ich aufpassen, wenn ich PowerShell 7 einsetze und wenn ich upgrade auf PowerShell 7? So, was ist PowerShell 7 jetzt? Also was erwartet mich bei PowerShell 7? Microsoft behauptet, dass PowerShell 7 schneller ist als PowerShell 5. Ich werde nachher noch eine Demo zeigen. Das heißt, für besonders große Umgebungen macht es vielleicht Sinn, PowerShell 7 zu verwenden, beispielsweise bei großen Exchange-Datenbanken, wo doch die Abfrage relativ lang dauert, macht es vielleicht Sinn, PowerShell 7 zu verwenden. Und für Klein- und Mittelbetriebe ist es vielleicht eher nicht so interessant oder nicht unbedingt so wichtig, aber schnell ist immer besser. So, hier ein Beispiel. PowerShell 7 im Vergleich zu PowerShell 5. Hier gibt es die Möglichkeit, den Parameter parallel zu verwenden. Ja, das heißt, ich habe die Möglichkeit, parallele Threads aufzumachen und nicht die Verarbeitung nacheinander erfolgen zu lassen. Ich werde dann später noch zu dem Ding etwas demonstrieren, nämlich ein Port-Scan auf einen Host mit 4 verschiedenen TCP-Ports und mal schauen, wie lange das er braucht in PowerShell 5 und wie lange das er braucht in PowerShell 7. Das ist ein Riesenunterschied. Also dieses Feature minus parallel wurde ganz groß von Microsoft angekündigt, weil es eben ein tolles Feature ist und ich muss sagen, das haben sie dann echt gut gelöst. So, was ist PowerShell 7 dann noch im Vergleich zu PowerShell 5? PowerShell 7 ist Cross-Plattform. Was heißt Cross-Plattform? Cross-Plattform heißt, ich kann PowerShell 7 einsetzen auf Windows-Betriebssystemen, ich kann PowerShell 7 einsetzen auf macOS und ich kann PowerShell 7 einsetzen auf Linux. Wohin der Weg führen wird, werden wir noch sehen, weil ich glaube, es ist klar, dass viele Linux-Fans, sage ich mal, dann doch vielleicht lieber auf der Bash arbeiten und sie vielleicht fragen, was kommt da jetzt daher? Wieso kommt PowerShell da von der Microsoft-Seite? Wieso grätschen die uns da rein? Ich glaube, es hat auch eher damit zu tun, dass viele Microsoft-Kunden dann einen Webserver laufen haben in Azure beispielsweise und diesen Webserver in Azure dann einfach mit PowerShell administrieren möchten, weil einfach die Knowledge Base, die Hilfe, ja, einfach riesengroß ist von PowerShell und ich dadurch einfach vielleicht leichter zum Ziel komme. Also ich kann PowerShell auf Windows, macOS und Linux installieren. Ich habe selbst schon auf Linux installiert, auf Ubuntu 10. oder irgendwie so in der Richtung. In der Azure-Plattform funktioniert bestens. Ich bin natürlich ein bisschen eingeschränkt. Das muss man schon fairerweise sagen. Wenn man die Befehle dann vergleicht, dann sieht man schon irgendwie, also PowerShell 5 auf Windows bietet dann doch wesentlich mehr Möglichkeiten als wie PowerShell 7. Aber es ist ein guter Ansatz und vor allem ein guter Beginn, das Ganze ein bisschen verschmelzen zu lassen. Gibt ja auch Gerüchte nicht, dass wir irgendwann einmal vielleicht auf einem System arbeiten, wo wir gar nicht wissen, was da drunter liegt. Das ist uns eigentlich egal. Wir haben PowerShell offen oder irgendein Windows-Fenster offen und ob da jetzt drunter Linux läuft oder irgendwas anderes, ist uns ziemlich wurscht. Mal schauen, ob das kommen wird. Vielleicht weiß da jemand mehr. Ich habe zumindest da so etwas Leuten gehört. Ja, so schaut das aus. Also ich habe auch die Möglichkeit, mit PowerShell zu überprüfen, also mit PowerShell 7, zu überprüfen, ob das Windows ist, ob das Linux ist oder ob das macOS ist. Diese Variablen hier, die wir sehen, $is Windows, das sind Systemvariablen, die sind bei PowerShell 7 mit dabei, führe ich die aus, zeigt einem an, ob er Linux, Windows oder macOS ausführt. Das ist wichtig für Skripts, weil ich könnte beispielsweise beim PowerShell-Skript einmal gleich zu Beginn sagen, if $is Windows, dann ist ein Windows-System, oder if $is Linux. Und erst dann mache ich weiter. Weil ich natürlich von der Dateistruktur, wenn ich irgendwas mit Dateien machen möchte, beispielsweise ganz anders auf Linux arbeite wie auf Windows. Das ist ein cooles Feature, um hier zu überprüfen, welches Betriebssystem führt eigentlich mein Computer aus, und dementsprechend passe ich dann mein Skript an. Auf macOS habe ich es noch nicht probiert. Also macOS ist an mir vorbeigegangen, aber ich habe von einem Kursteilnehmer gehört, für mich, dass alles gut ist. Das gleiche wie bei Linux eigentlich. Also einfach installieren und fertig. Ja, PowerShell 7 ist schneller wie PowerShell 5, ist Cross-Plattform, und PowerShell 7 hat auch noch neue Operatoren. Was heißt neue Operatoren? Ja, es wurden da so Dinge eingepflegt, wo Microsoft sich gedacht hat, das ist hilfreich, und das sind sie tatsächlich. Auch da werde ich dann später was herzeigen, kann da aber schon was verraten. Das schaut dann so aus. Also da hat man dann so in der Mitte so kryptische Zeichen. Das kennt man vielleicht von der PowerShell Pipe, von der PowerShell Pipeline. Das heißt, ich habe einen ersten Befehl und ich habe einen zweiten Befehl, und normalerweise schickt die Pipe ja da was rüber. Ne? Also es wird einfach was übergeben von einem Befehl auf den anderen, und da haben sie einfach so eine Double Pipe gemacht. Und was macht diese Double Pipe jetzt beispielsweise? Wenn der erste Kommando funktioniert, dann wird der zweite nicht ausgeführt. Das ist so, vielleicht irgendwie so Art if, ne? Dass man irgendwas erspare vielleicht, gibt es aber noch einen weiteren Operator. Es gibt insgesamt 2 oder mehr, also 2 habe ich zumindest vorbereitet, die ich dann praktisch herzeigen werde. So, und was auch noch ist, PowerShell ist ganz einfach die Zukunft. Also das muss man schon auch sehen, dass man irgendwann einmal vielleicht, hoffentlich, der Roman Stadelmeier hat das einmal erwähnt. Ich glaube, eher in der PowerShell User Group Austria hat er das bei einem Blogartikel erwähnt. Er wünscht sich halt für nächstes Jahr, dass PowerShell 7 die Standard-Shell wird, damit das Ganze nicht so kompliziert ist, und dass man die PowerShell 7 nicht installieren muss, weil das ist schon ein Nachteil. Also wenn ihr ein System habt und auf dem System sind Dinge drauf, ja, das ist immer ein Riesenvorteil. Also wie muss man irgendwo holen die Dinge? Ungefähr das Gleiche, wenn du sagst, du bist in dein Haus und hast irgendein Werkzeug. Es macht Sinn, das Werkzeug schon im Haus zu haben und nicht irgendwo hinfahren, das Werkzeug zu holen. Also das ist halt immer noch so ein bisschen, wo die Leute sagen, naja, da muss ich mal was installieren und so weiter. Und ich hoffe, dass das dann irgendwie die Standard-Shell wird und irgendwie dann ineinander greift, sodass dann klar ist, okay, das ist die PowerShell und Ende aus. Eine wichtige Information habe ich dann auch noch, was die Zukunft betrifft. Man muss ein bisschen aufpassen mit PowerShell und der Hilfe. Ich sage deswegen aufpassen, weil ich immer wieder bei meinen Teilnehmern habe ich immer wieder Übungen, und ich sage meinen Teilnehmern immer, ihr könnt PowerShell 5 oder PowerShell 7 verwenden, das was wir machen, da macht es sicher keinen Unterschied. So, jetzt hängt aber ein Teilnehmer beispielsweise mit einer Übung und fängt zum Googlen an. Und er ist aber in PowerShell 5 und googelt noch einen PowerShell-Befehl, kommt aber automatisch zu der Version 7.1. So, jetzt nimmt er diese Version, schaut sich die Parameter an beispielsweise, und PowerShell 7 hat beispielsweise mehr Parameter wie PowerShell 5, nimmt einen Parameter, der funktioniert aber nicht, weil er PowerShell 5 ausführt, und dann gehen die Hände hoch, er kennt sie nicht aus. Und dann gehe ich hin und sage, okay, ja. Da ist mir das schon öfter aufgefallen, dass ich, wenn ich suche jetzt, ja, also früher war das so, da hat es halt nur eine PowerShell-Hilfe gegeben. Jetzt gibt es halt gefühlt viele, inklusive Previous Versions. Das heißt, ich muss hier aufpassen, auf welchen Reiter ich gerade bin. Und natürlich wird dir immer in der PowerShell-Hilfe, in der Online-Hilfe, die PowerShell 7.1, das heißt die aktuellste Version, vorgeschlagen, und dann muss ich mir halt umschauen. Aber es ist prinzipiell so, 99% der Dinge, die ich google, funktionieren in PowerShell 7 und PowerShell 5. Also da reden wir wirklich von Ausnahmen, also von ganz, ganz wenigen Ausnahmen. eins wird mir einfallen, beispielsweise, das, was wir vorher gesehen haben, dieses Test Connection, dieser Ping in PowerShell. Da gibt es bei PowerShell 7 einen Parameternamen, der heißt Target Name und bei PowerShell 5 heißt der Computer Name. Jo, wenn ich den Parameter weglasse, dann merke ich das gar nicht, dass der anders heißt, weil den kann ich weglassen. Also insofern nicht so tragisch. Trotzdem, das hat sich hier ein bisschen erweitert, weil es eben mehrere PowerShell-Versionen gibt. So, gut, dann komme ich zu meiner zweiten Demo, nämlich ich möchte jetzt herzeigen so einen Geschwindigkeitsvergleich zwischen PowerShell 5 und PowerShell 7. Ich möchte auch herzeigen, wie schaut PowerShell 7 auf Ubuntu aus, ja, beziehungsweise neue Chain Operators in PowerShell. Das heißt, das sind also diese neuen Operatoren. So, ups. So, gut, ich befinde mich hier in einem Demo und habe ja vorher versprochen, dass ich mir mal anschaue, wie lange dauert es eigentlich mit PowerShell 5. Ich habe hier 5 aktiv. Ich leere vielleicht den Bildschirm hier, dann ist das nicht so rot. Rot ist nie schön. Und mache jetzt hier Folgendes. Ich versuche das Kommando zu messen. Also ich schaue, wie lange braucht das Ding hier. 4 Ports scannen auf einen Computer. Das ist meine Homepage. Also sollte das sein, dass ich überprüfe, ob diese Ports hier offen sind. Wenn ich das hier ausführe, dauert das ein bisschen. Also er tut jetzt hier die Ports nacheinander ansprechen und mal schauen, ob der Remote Host auf diese Ports antwortet. Das heißt, das ist nichts anderes wie ein Port-Scan, wie mit Nmap beispielsweise. Und was ich dann danach machen werde, ist, ich werde hier mit PowerShell 7 Paralleldurchlauf machen. Das heißt, ich schalte hier unten um auf PowerShell 7 und dann schauen wir uns an, wie lange das hier dauert. Wir werden sehen, es gibt hier wirklich einen grundlegenden Unterschied. Währenddessen, dass das da läuft, weil das dauert jetzt ein bisschen. Mal schauen, vielleicht gibt er mir wenigstens jetzt aus in Visual Studio Code, wie lange das er gebraucht hat, auch wenn er mal Fehlermeldung ausgibt. Darf er ja machen. Es gibt auch noch die Möglichkeit, nicht nur also for each object zu verwenden, das sehen wir hier, beziehungsweise for each object parallel. Es gibt natürlich auch noch, und das kennt man eher von anderen Programmierungsskriptsprachen, das normale for each unter Anführungszeichen, also for each $B in $Port. Ja, dann sehe ich das da hier unten. So, ja, also 1 Minute 22 mit ein paar Fehlern, warum auch immer. Und ich starte das da jetzt. Das ist for each object minus parallel. Vorher schalte ich um auf PowerShell 7. Also wir merken uns 1 Minute 22. Und jetzt mache ich das Ganze mit for each object minus parallel. So, das sollte jetzt wesentlich schneller funktionieren. Apropos, es gibt schon auch einen Unterschied für die, die besonders viel skripten oder vielleicht habe ich auch Programmierer. Unter den Zuhörern ist es so, dass unter PowerShell prinzipiell, wenn ich jetzt das einmal weglasse, diese spezielle PowerShell 7 Parallelgeschichte, dass for each schneller ist wie for each Object. Warum? Bei for each Object müssten die Objekte mal über die Pipe geschickt werden und erst dann passiert etwas damit und da ist es eben quasi dann schon irgendwie da und da gibt es auch noch leichte Geschwindigkeitsunterschiede. Also, wir haben jetzt vorher gehabt 1 Minute 22 auf 32 Sekunden. Ja, witzigerweise jetzt ohne Fehler, aber so ist ungefähr das Verhältnis. Also ich habe das schon öfter getestet, mit oder ohne Fehler jetzt, was wir gesehen haben jetzt in der Session und ungefähr 3-mal so schnell kann ich rechnen ungefähr. Also das ist ein cooles Feature, wie gesagt, für Menschen, die wirklich eine große Datenbank betreuen. Mir fällt hier immer wieder ein, Exchange-Abfragen, die teilweise wirklich lang dauern können. Wenn du ein paar tausend Benutzer hast, dann kann man eben vielleicht mit dem Parameter minus parallel hier sich ein bisschen aushelfen. Ja, da ist noch ein Beispiel, wie man, also welche Befehle ich verwenden kann auf PowerShell 7 und Linux. Also einfach einloggen über PuTTY. Ich zeige das jetzt nicht hier, das würde den Rahmen sprengen. Das heißt, ganz normal, ich verbinde mich ganz normal über das Programm PuTTY.exe, kann ich mir irgendwo runterladen, oder über irgendein anderes Terminal-Programm, führe dann einfach PWSH aus. PWSH ist nichts anderes wie PowerShell 7 und dann geht es schon los. Ja. Und dann kann ich die gleichen Befehle ausführen wie auf ein Windows-System, und diese Befehle, die wir hier sehen, die funktionieren natürlich auch, die wir getestet. Das heißt, das etc-Verzeichnis anschauen lassen, Prozesse, Uptime liest er sogar aus, und wenn ich möchte, kann ich auch 10 Dateien anlegen mit den typischen PowerShell-Muster hier, 1 bis 10 und dann for each object, und dann werden 10 Dateien angelegt. Ja, neue Operatoren gibt es auch. Ja, es gibt neue Operatoren, 2 davon sind besonders angekündigt worden von Microsoft. Das ist der Plus-Plus-Operator. Also ich würde den so bezeichnen. Ja, das ist, der macht Folgendes. Also das wird erst ausgeführt, wenn das erste Kommando erfolgreich war. Also ein Beispiel jetzt, ich rufe hier einen Ordner ab, der nicht da ist. Ja, dann tue ich noch den Error ausblenden, weil jetzt haben wir, glaube ich, genug Errors gesehen in Visual Studio Code vorher. Und dann sage ich not there. Wenn ich den Code ausführe, dann schreibt er mir das nicht hin. Warum? Weil ja, der erste Kommando muss erfolgreich sein. Das hier wird dann nur ausgeführt, wenn der erste Befehl erfolgreich war. Das heißt, hier frage ich einmal ab, hey, ist irgendwo ein Notepad-Prozess offen? Wenn der offen ist, dann stoppst du ihn bitte. Das heißt, das ist eine Art Wenn-Bedingung. Ja, und das wird natürlich funktionieren. Ja, ich kann jetzt da beispielsweise Notepad öffnen. So, zack, jetzt ist Notepad da. Und wenn ich jetzt, liegt hier unten irgendwo, und wenn ich das ausführe, dann ist Notepad weg. Also es gibt den Notepad-Prozess nicht mehr. Ja, und ihr sollt hier eine Fehlermeldung bekommen. Das heißt, der erste Kommando ist erfolgreich, zweites wird ausgeführt. Dann tun wir das da wieder weg. So, und dann gibt es noch den Parameter mit den 2 Längsstrichen. Die haben auch irgendeine Bezeichnung, ich habe das gar nicht gemerkt. Naja, die werden ausgeführt, wenn das erste Kommando nicht erfolgreich war. Das heißt, wenn es einen Ordner nicht gibt, dann wird hingeschrieben not there. Das ist auch hier der Fall. Und wenn es den Prozess nicht gibt, dann wird er starten. Nämlich jetzt. Das heißt, Notepad ist nicht gestartet, es gibt keinen Prozess Notepad. Wenn es das nicht gibt, dann ist es unsuccessful und dann startet es bitte. Das ist ein recht cooles Feature. Habe ich persönlich jetzt in meine Skripts noch nicht eingebaut, weil ich auch zugeben muss, ich arbeite auch meistens mit PowerShell 5.1, weil 7 muss jetzt auf die Rechner kommen. Ja, weil erst dann, wenn es auf die Rechner ist, nämlich auf allen Rechnern, dann kann ich sicher gehen, dass PowerShell-Befehle und Skripts überall funktionieren, ansonsten muss ich es immer wieder installieren. Also das ist ein gewisser Drawback, würde ich das eher bezeichnen. Ja, was die Module betrifft, in PowerShell ist es so, dass ich aufpassen muss. Ja? Wenn ich PowerShell 7 verwende, ist überhaupt PowerShell 7 kompatibel mit dem Modul. Da gibt es eine Liste von Microsoft, wo ich nachschauen kann. Und ich kann schon eins verraten, die meisten Module sind kompatibel. Es gibt noch Probleme mit der Cloud. Exchange Online ist mir da ein Begriff, dass es da noch teilweise Probleme gibt. Ansonsten sollte das eigentlich recht gut laufen, das Ding. Wer sich das anschauen möchte, einfach aufmachen, ist natürlich jetzt ein bisschen umfangreich, das Ganze. Wird man vielleicht ein bisschen erschlagen von dem Ganzen, aber da sehe ich die Modulliste. Ganz kurz noch, was ist ein Modul? Ein Modul ist ein Set von Funktionalitäten in PowerShell. Man kann sich das auch vorstellen wie ein Ordner, wo Kommandos drinnen sind oder Codes. Also beispielsweise, wenn ich in Active Directory was mache, dann wird der Befehl von Active Directory, beispielsweise get AD-User, aus dem Modul Active Directory geladen und dann ja, dann habe ich das. Ja. Und wenn natürlich jetzt PowerShell 7 aber das Active Directory Modul nicht unterstützen würde, dann funktioniert das nicht, dann bekomme ich eine Fehlermeldung. Auch das werde ich zum Schluss noch herzeigen. So 2 Beispiele, wo es dann wirklich nicht funktioniert, aber die anderen funktionieren dann schon. Ja, also die habe ich dann schon raussuchen müssen aus meinem Skript-Repertoire. Ja, also ich sehe hier, da ist nativ kompatibel ungetestet, ja, aber die meisten sind nativ kompatibel, also das passt dann schon. Wie gesagt, bei Cloud-Geschichten wie Office 365 bzw. Azure ein bisschen aufpassen, da gibt es noch das eine oder andere Problem. Genau, und da wollte ich hin, nämlich PowerShell 7 und Exchange, ja, also PowerShell Core, so wird das immer noch bezeichnet, supports das neue V2 Exchange-Modul. Dieses neue V2 Exchange-Modul, das hat so neue Befehle. Da gibt es, das beginnt so mit get XO Mailbox, also für Exchange Online Mailbox. Wenn ich diese XO irgendwo sehe in den PowerShell-Befehlen, dann weiß ich, das ist die neue Exchange PowerShell. Ja, nennen wir es jetzt einfach einmal so. Und ich bin von einem Kollegen aus Deutschland darauf hingewiesen worden, dass ich in meine Skripts dieses neue Modul verwenden soll. Ich habe das gar nicht mitgekriegt, dass es rausgekommen ist. Und weil es viel, viel schneller ist. Das heißt, wenn ich mal Mailboxen abrufen möchte, dann sollte ich dieses V2-Modul verwenden. Ja. Und kommen wir wieder zurück zum eigentlichen Thema. Also PowerShell 7 und Exchange ist es so, dass es hier ein Preview gibt. Das hat immer ein bisschen einen negativen Touch, aber es wird dann auch mit der Zeit kommen. Und irgendwann einmal wird hoffentlich alles auf PowerShell 7 laufen und auch nativ kompatibel sein. Ja, dann connecte ich mich einmal zu Exchange Online mit PowerShell 5.1 und PowerShell 7 und zeige mir her, wie das ausschaut. Das heißt, ich mache jetzt Folgendes. Ich habe hier was Kleines vorbereitet. Zuerst einmal überprüfe ich mal, ob das Exchange-Modul überhaupt installiert ist. Ja. Ich bin hier auf PowerShell 7, muss ich nachher umstellen. Ich sehe hier gibt es dieses Exchange Online Management Tool. Das kommt vom Repository PowerShell Gallery. Das ist in der Regel ein vertrauenswürdiges Repository und ist aber immer noch in Preview, aber das funktioniert bestens, alles kein Thema. So, ja, importieren tue ich es auch, zu Sicherheitsgründen, manchmal habe ich mehrere Dinge drauf. Ich schalte jetzt auf PowerShell 5. Und connect mir jetzt einmal drauf. Den User sollte er jetzt eigentlich haben. Schauen wir mal. Ja, er lädt sich jetzt die ganzen Exchange-Kommandos in die jetzige Session hinein. Ja, und dann kriege ich eine Warnung, aber die kann ich ignorieren. Und das Ding funktioniert. Also das ist alles kein Problem. Da komme ich dann drauf. So, und jetzt probiere ich das Ganze mit PowerShell 7. Zuerst tue ich mich disconnecten. Irgendwie mag mir der heute nicht. Jo. Disconnect Exchange Online. Okay, gut, dann egal, dann schalte ich auf PowerShell 7. Vielleicht liegt es am Switch, ja, weil ich jetzt hin und her geswitcht habe, das kann natürlich auch sein. So, ich bin jetzt hier in PowerShell 7, überprüfen wir nochmal. Ja, 7.1 und probieren wir jetzt zu connecten. Da merkt er sich jetzt plötzlich meinen Benutzernamen, das ist ja ein bisschen komisch. Oh ja. So, und ich sehe jetzt hier, er versucht jetzt hier die Dinge hereinzuladen und ich sehe jetzt hier, er kann etwas nicht laden. Und da unten ist besonders wichtig die Fehlermeldung. Er dürfte da hier auf irgendwas zugreifen mit system.core. Das heißt, ihm fehlt hier irgendetwas mit PowerShell 7, das werden Sie aber auch noch beheben und ich wollte eigentlich das nur herzeigen. Eine der wenigen Dinge, wo ich Probleme bekommen könnte, wenn ich PowerShell 7 einsetze, nämlich mit dem Exchange Online-Modul. Basiert darauf, dass PowerShell 7 mit dem Framework .NET Core arbeitet und PowerShell 5.1 halt mit dem normalen Framework, wo halt viel mehr Möglichkeiten bestehen. Ja. und ich viel mehr machen kann. Ja, was ist eigentlich, wenn ein Host PowerShell 7 ausführt und der andere PowerShell 5, dann ist es kein Problem. Also wenn Sie jetzt sagt, okay, ich sitze jetzt auf einem Windows-Server und habe PowerShell 7 laufen und möchte mich hier verbinden mit Enter-PS-Session auf einen Server, der eben nur PowerShell 5 installiert hat, ja, dann ist es kein Problem. Also Microsoft handelt das einfach mit einem Abgleich dahinter und sagt, okay, wo soll ich jetzt andocken? Der kommt von 7 daher und wenn eben mein Remote-Server auf PowerShell 5 lauscht, ja, dann passt er das automatisch an. Das kann ich ja überprüfen, indem ich einfach der Session beitrete und dann mir einfach die Versionstabelle abrufe. Ja, und dann sehe ich, okay, ich bin jetzt auf 5.1, vorher war ich auf 7, also auf meinem eigenen Rechner war ich auf 7 und jetzt bin ich auf 5.1 und alles ist gut. Ich kann hier ganz normal Befehle ausführen, so wie gewohnt und alles überhaupt kein Problem. Ja, Microsoft sagt, die ISE, das ist dieser Editor, ja, der mitgeliefert wird bei Microsoft-Betriebssystemen, der wird nicht mehr weiterentwickelt. Ja, das heißt, irgendwann einmal ist es vielleicht nicht mehr da, das Ding. Vielleicht irgendwann einmal mit einer neuen Serverversion, mal schauen. Fakt ist, wenn ich skripten möchte oder beispielsweise ein heruntergeladenes Skript aus dem Internet mir anschauen möchte, dann ist ISE bereits da. Also der Nachteil ist halt, ich muss Visual Studio Code, das wir jetzt hier sehen im Screenshot, nachinstallieren. Ich muss nicht nur nachinstallieren, sondern ich muss auch hier bei Visual Studio Code, und da habe ich ein Video auf YouTube gestellt, wie man Visual Studio Code installiert und man braucht dann noch eine PowerShell-Erweiterung dazu und man braucht auch noch, man muss dann umstellen, dass diese Dateien hier mit PowerShell geöffnet werden. Also wenn ich eine neue Datei erstelle, dann sollte er automatisch eine neue PowerShell-Datei erstellen und nicht irgendeine JSON-Datei oder was auch immer. So, wo besteht der Unterschied jetzt zwischen ISE und VS Code? Folgende Unterschiede. ISE wird mit jedem Windows-Betriebssystem mitgeliefert. Das ist ein Riesenvorteil. Problem ist aber nur, ISE unterstützt PowerShell 7 nicht. Und nachdem Microsoft sagt, wir entwickeln das nicht mehr weiter, werden es auch nicht keinen Support mehr machen, wahrscheinlich für PowerShell 7. Das heißt, ich sollte eben vielleicht auf Visual Studio Code umsteigen, weil auch, was wir vorher schon gesehen haben, bei meiner Session ist, dass ich umgeschalten habe, ne, zwischen PowerShell 5.1 und PowerShell 7, Fast Switching einfach, dass du klickst einfach drauf und bist dann in einer anderen PowerShell Session. Visual Studio Code müssen wir installieren und konfigurieren. Das heißt, nicht nur installieren, sondern ich muss wirklich etwas konfigurieren. Vielleicht zeige ich das jetzt kurz her, damit vielleicht interessiert das wirklich jemand, weil da gibt es wirklich schlechte Anleitungen im Internet. Und zwar, ich muss Folgendes machen. Ich muss bei den File-Extensions, muss ich mir dieses PowerShell Add-in da installieren. Da sehe ich schon 3,4 Millionen Downloads. Es gibt ein paar PowerShell, aber immer schauen, wo die meisten sind. Das muss ich mir installieren. Und dann muss ich noch umstellen bei den Preferences, bei den Settings. Da gibt es eben noch irgendwas mit Default File Language. Gibt's da. Ja, da steht dann PowerShell drinnen. So, finde ich jetzt nicht. Aber auf jeden Fall ist es, da muss man einfach PowerShell dann reinschreiben. Das müsste da jetzt irgendwo sein. Ja, gut. Egal, aber irgendwo muss es da drinnen sein. So, und das heißt, ich muss mit Visual Studio Code nicht nur installieren, sondern ich muss auch konfigurieren. Wo schon ein Vorteil ist, dass Visual Studio Code einen File Explorer bietet. Was ist das? Das ist das da außen, was wir gesehen haben, ne, was ich verwendet habe. Ich kann da einfach hin und her schalten. Ja, gut, die PowerPoint, da wird jetzt nicht funktionieren. Also es sollten schon PowerShell-Skripts sein, PS1 oder PSM1. Oder ich kann beispielsweise in irgendwelchen anderen Ordnern reinschauen. Ja? Zum Beispiel dieser Ordner für meine Kurse. Dann kann ich dementsprechend hier durchgehen und einfach was machen. Das ist schon ein Riesenvorteil, muss ich sagen, im Vergleich zu der ISE. Das gefällt mir irrsinnig gut. Deswegen verwende ich Visual Studio Code auch gerne zum Herzeigen und auch teilweise zum Skripten. Aber aufpassen, Visual Studio Code ist immer noch anfällig für Fehler, wenn in Bezug auf die Intelligenz. Das heißt, wenn man besonders schnell schreibt und auch die Tab-Taste benutzt, kann sein, dass man es irgendwie anders auflöst. Dann habt ihr nicht irgendeinen anderen Parameter, der einfach erscheint, sondern gleich ein ganzes Skript schlagt er davor. Und dann musst du aufpassen, ne? Weil wenn der das irgendwie automatisch speichert, dann ist der ganze Skript kaputt. Also hier besteht noch ein bisschen Verbesserungsbedarf. Ich ertappe mich aber immer mehr dabei, dass ich Visual Studio Code verwende und nicht PowerShell ISE. Ja, da sehen wir noch den Fast Switch Mode in Visual Studio Code, der hier stattfindet. Das habe ich schon hergezeigt. Das Bild kann man auch hinzufügen, gell? Also diese Spielereien, ne? Also kein Thema. Das funktioniert natürlich auch. Windows Terminal ist auch noch ein Begriff, vielleicht für einen Parallelbetrieb. Das heißt Side by Side. Windows Terminal ist eine neue Applikation. Das heißt, ich kann Windows PowerShell 5.1 und PowerShell 7 Side by Side betreiben. Gibt hier auch wieder Vorbehalte. Es gibt keinen Editor, das ist nur Command Line. Also, aber deswegen ja nicht schlecht. Ne? Und momentan nur verfügbar auf Client-Betriebssystemen. Windows Terminal schaut so aus, einfach installieren. Und also ihr findet das Windows Terminal hier im Microsoft Store. Also da einfach herunterladen, einfach eingeben Terminal und dann habe ich das da schon. Da ist das Windows Terminal, herunterladen und los geht's, sofern der Windows Store nicht abstürzt. Ich habe es schon installiert, Gott sei Dank, und so schaut es dann aus. Da wieder das Gimmick mit dem Bild, wer es haben möchte. Und da kann ich eben jetzt mehrere PowerShells laufen lassen. Ich habe jetzt hier beispielsweise PowerShell 7, hier ist PowerShell 5 und wenn ich lustig bin, auch noch CMD daneben und wenn ich lustig bin, dann auch noch die Azure Cloud Shell. Das soll so, ich glaube, bei Linux gibt es ja das schon lange, nicht, dass sie das parallel laufen, diese parallelen Tabs und Microsoft geht jetzt den Weg und ich finde das recht cool. Ich verwende jetzt nur mehr das Windows Terminal weil ich mag nicht da einmal PowerShell 7.5 aufmachen, CMD, das ist immer zu mühsam. Ich mag das einfach in einem Fenster haben. Ist ein recht cooles Feature. Gut, das habe ich schon hergezeigt. Also wichtig ist installieren. Windows Terminal wieder ist nicht mit dabei auf Windows. Ja. Dann Windows Terminal benutzen. Ja, da kann ich eben dann mehrere Tabs aufmachen. Ich kann es auch customizen. Das habe ich jetzt vergessen. Es gibt da dahinter so eine Datei. Ja. Das ist eine JSON-Datei. Und da, wenn ich mir die Datei jetzt da vergleiche, dann sehe ich da zum Beispiel, hey, der macht da diese 4 Punkte, die ich da sehe. Ja, die sind eben genau da hinterlegt. Und bei diesen 4 Punkten kann ich so lustige Sachen machen wie Hintergrundbild legen und dann auch sagen, soll das gestretched sein oder rechts unten sein oder links oben sein. Oder ich kann hier noch weitere Menüpunkte machen. Also ich bin hier relativ flexibel. Am besten ist einfach recherchieren, was er hier erwartet. Weil außer jemand las das in einem JSON-Dateiformat, ich habe es nicht gewusst, ich habe recherchieren müssen und habe dann einfach irgendwie Stunden später dann mein Hintergrundbild da gehabt. Also es waren Stunden später nicht, aber hat schon ein bisschen gedauert. Also weil das einmal erscheint es da oben, einmal da unten. Also ihr wisst ja, ist nicht so einfach das Ganze. Ja, jetzt ist die Frage, wohin sollten wir gehen? 5.1 oder 7? Wichtig ist, PowerShell 7 ist die Zukunft. Auf das müssen wir uns, das wird ganz sicher kommen, das können wir nicht wegreden oder sonstiges. Es wird halt wieder was Neues kommen, ja, weil immer wieder Teilnehmer sagen, wieder was Neues und so. Ja, aber es ist nicht so viel Unterschied, muss man auch sagen. PowerShell 5.1 wird nicht mehr weiterentwickelt. PowerShell 7 kann installiert werden Side by Side. Das ist die wichtigste Info, die ich mitgeben möchte. Bitte, wenn Sie euch dafür interessiert, installiert es. Mit dem Windows Terminal, mit Visual Studio Code und spielt euch ein bisschen herum, tut ein bisschen googeln, schaut nach, was gibt es eigentlich Neues für PowerShell 7. Da gibt es gute Aufzählungen von Microsoft. Ich habe ein paar davon gezeigt, die wichtigsten meiner Meinung nach. Und ihr solltet es vielleicht euch auch vertraut machen mit Visual Studio Code, weil die ist auch irgendwann einmal weg. Und die Skripts überprüfen, das ist auch ganz wichtig. Und meine persönliche Meinung ist, ihr könnt PowerShell 5 verwenden, man ist deswegen nicht oldschool oder sonstiges. Also wenn man es ehrlich sein, PowerShell 5 hat einfach viel mehr Funktionalitäten momentan noch wie PowerShell 7. Aber man sollte sich selber vertraut machen mit PowerShell 7, damit man einfach ready ist. Ja. Nicht, weil es um so viel anders ist wie PowerShell 5, sondern einfach, weil die Haptik, die Anwendung mit Visual Studio Code, da mal ein bisschen reinschauen und so weiter. Und dann hat man einen guten Startpunkt, um durchzustarten, eben mit PowerShell 7. Ja, und da vielleicht noch von mir jetzt noch, kenne deine Grenzen. Also ich möchte 2 Beispiele zeigen, die nicht funktionieren und warum das die nicht funktionieren. In PowerShell 7 funktioniert GetEventLog nicht. Warum nicht? PowerShell 7 funktioniert auch auf Linux und auf Windows und so weiter. Und GetEventLog ist die Ereignungsanzeige von Windows. Also das funktioniert noch nicht. Wahrscheinlich werden sie es mit in der PowerShell 7 Windows-Version implementieren, aber eigentlich ist halt das die Ereignungsanzeige, was Windows-typisch ist. Das heißt, ja, und ihr wisst ja, was ich meine. Oder beispielsweise Cortana sprechen lassen. Das kommt da unten. Ich gebe da einen Text ein, hallo Cortana, und dann versuche ich Cortana zum Sprechen zu lassen. Mit dem Code da. Das funktioniert bei PowerShell 5. Kein Problem. Bei PowerShell 7 nicht. Warum? Naja, also er kann dieses System Speech nicht laden, weil halt einfach PowerShell 7 einfach abgespeckter ist. Also aufpassen, wo sie was tut. Das letzte Beispiel, ich weiß nicht, wer das brauchen kann, wer einmal Cortana sprechen lassen möchte, ist nur ein lustiges Beispiel, vielleicht braucht man das in der Praxis nicht wirklich. Ja, dann war ich recht gut in der Zeit, Christian, glaube ich, oder? Ich möchte mich bedanken für den Besuch meiner Session. Ein paar Kontaktinformationen. Ich habe einen Blog, sit500.com. Ich biete auch PowerShell-Kurse an auf einer anderen Webseite. Und ich bin jetzt noch da für Fragen und übergebe jetzt an den Christian.
Super, vielen Dank, Patrick, für deinen super Vortrag. Also was sich da alles weiterentwickelt bei PowerShell ist unglaublich, und ich bin mir ziemlich sicher, dass die meisten der Teilnehmenden auch sich das wünschen, dass es endlich irgendwie eine Umgebung gibt, wo die Zukunft praktisch dann stattfindet drinnen. Und das ist, glaube ich, ein wesentlicher Schritt, das zu vereinheitlichen. Super. Es freut mich, wir haben auch eine Frage im Chat. Vorab möchte ich an Patrick nur kurz seinen Publikumsapplaus zukommen lassen, nachdem er den leider nicht hören kann, weil die Leute draußen sind. Also vielen Dank. An die Teilnehmer, falls jemand noch Fragen hat, bitte, jetzt gibt es noch circa 5 Minuten Zeit, diese in den Chat zu schreiben. In der Zwischenzeit werde ich die eine Frage vorlesen, die wir schon im Chat haben. Und zwar ist es: I'm not a specialist, but use PowerShell to set up SharePoint sites and Teams for clients. A specialist told me that PowerShell will soon be redundant. All functions will be accessible through Power Automate. Now it disappeared as well. Patrick, your vision?
Oh, I don't have experience with Power Automate. Sorry, no experience. I don't know.
Okay. I'm not quite sure if you have a track which would cover Power Automate, but maybe you take a look at our session calendar and maybe you will find some session.
Yeah, we have later. Automate. I think 4 o'clock we have a session with a teammate of the PowerShell team in Redmond, I think. Yeah.
Maybe to ask this.
We have a session.
That's maybe a good idea. Yeah.
4 o'clock, I think. Yes.
Yeah.
We have a member of the PowerShell team here at 4 o'clock. Yes.
Perfect. So, any questions? Sonst noch Fragen? Der Chat ist aktuell leer. Ja, üblicherweise würde ich jetzt announcen, dass Sie nicht den Track verlassen sollten, aber leider ist uns die nächste Session leider ausgefallen. Jetzt würde ich Sie bitten, entweder auf einen unserer 2 Tracks zu wechseln, und zwar im Azure Track ist die nächste Session von Heini Ilmarinen, 5 Steps Solving Any Architecture Problem on Azure. Oder im Hybrid Track wäre die nächste Session von Stefan Denninger, how to bring different sensors online in IoT Central. Wir würden uns dann trotzdem freuen, Sie in unserem Track ab 15 Uhr mit unserer Folgesession von Alexander Arvidsson, The Cloud Awakens, Azure SQL Server for the On-Premises DBA begrüßen zu dürfen. In der Zwischenzeit haben Sie auch die Möglichkeit, unsere Sponsor-Meetings zu besuchen und sich dort Insights aus der neuen Produktwelt zu holen. Und in der Zwischenzeit
I forgot, Christian, I forgot to show our sponsors. This is the last slide on my PowerPoint.
The most important.
Here it is. Yeah.
So, but I will take the screen sharing, and here are all the links. So I will repeat it in English too. Unfortunately, the next session in this track is failed. So please go to the other tracks, to the Azure track or to the hybrid track, or visit our sponsors for more insights on the newest products. I thank you all for being in this session. I hope it was interesting for you, and I hope we see us again in 1 hour. So have lots of fun on Expertslive Austria, and see you.
Thank you. Bye.
Businesses are rapidly adopting cloud computing, taking advantage of its flexibility and speed. Whether consuming SaaS applications, building cloud-native applications, or migrating existing applications to the cloud, finding a security solution that addresses a diverse set of needs is critical. Fortinet Cloud Security Solutions deliver. Get the confidence you need to deploy any application on any cloud, supporting any initiative. Fortinet supports all major cloud providers, ensuring that critical assets are secure and that security is manageable. The Fortinet 3-pillar cloud security strategy provides the same level of security across multiple clouds by natively integrating security into the cloud platform, defining security policies for cloud services, and leveraging cloud services for security, ultimately enabling automation of security services. Fortinet provides the industry's broadest set of cloud security products, enabling you to use the same security in the cloud as you have on premises. By using purpose-built security tools in the cloud, you'll save time by leveraging existing skill sets. By managing security across multiple clouds through a single pane of glass, and by automating the security lifecycle management, you can better leverage existing skill sets and accelerate the confidence to deploy applications anywhere. From consuming cloud applications to building applications in the cloud and migrating IT to the cloud, Fortinet Cloud Security Solutions cover the broadest set of use cases, delivering the flexibility and confidence to use the cloud in a way that best serves your business.
There we go. And if I were to put that thing, ha, score. So the question on everybody's mind is, are you hearing me? Does anybody hear me? Yes, cool. The next question is he wearing pants? And yes, he is. You're not, Michael. Now that feels perfect, and this is going to be on the recording. Score! This is why I prefer to do this live where there's no recording, because the things coming out of this part of me is, well, Michael knows it. Christian is just about to find out.
Yes, of course, I do.
What
that's
could
perfect.
possibly go wrong?
Having a little a chat before starting your session while the attendings are arriving, so that's perfect. Lightens things up.
Oh, yes. But I'm curious, how on earth did I end up in the modern workplace track? Because Simon Binder will not stop talking about this for years. He's in the modern workplace stuff, and I try to stay as far away from modern workplace as I can, and everybody's very happy with that. But now I'm here. Why? How?
Because also Azure SQL databases are in a modern world necessary. This is why you're here.
Okay, I'll buy that. The funny thing is, there's a bit of a story about me and the first Expertslive that I ever attended, and that was Expertslive in the Czech Republic last year. And I didn't realize before I got there that Expertslive kind of was born out of Modern Workplace and that kind of stuff. So Simon, who was also presenting, he told me, "Well, dude, you're going to be talking about something that nobody has ever heard about," because I was speaking about SQL Server. And let's just say that the room next door that had the Skanke, everybody was there, and I have maybe 10. But yeah, that was a lot of fun to do database stuff at a collaboration conference. And well, here I'm back again. So apparently I am the pet. I'll take that.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward that you're doing this great. So
you're saying that now.
And I don't think that I changed my mind. I don't have to, I guess.
Well, before we start, I have a serious question for you. Star Wars or Star Trek?
Star Trek, obviously. In my
Star Trek and a little bit Star Wars.
Okay, this is going to be an interesting conversation.
Yeah, but I'm only the moderator, so I'll leave you the space to enjoy it. I never mentioned Star Trek, I promise.
All right. Well, there's nothing wrong with both. I'm of the firm opinion that you can be both a Trekkie and a Star Wars person, and I'm going to be explaining that in a bit. So we're 1 minute to the hour.
Yeah,
People
that's great. So
starting.
in fact, that our live stream is about 30 seconds behind.
Ah.
Maybe I start now with the introduction. So thank you, Alexander, for attending and presenting at our Expertslive conference. And hi, everybody. Welcome back to our track, the Modern Workplace track. We are having Alexander Arvidsson in our place today, and he will enjoy us with his session, The Cloud Awakens, Azure SQL Server for the On-Premises DBA. If you have questions during this session, please use our Q&A tool. We try to address your questions after the session. And yeah, obviously have fun, enjoy the session, and Alexander, the stage is yours.
Dankeschön. So my German is absolutely horrible. The things that I can say in German are not something that you want to put on a recording. So I'll stick to English, just laying it out there. So first of all, thank you so much for everybody attending this session. I know for a fact that there are about 1 million conferences that you can attend, especially on a Friday, and this first week that a lot of people are not working. And even on this conference, there's a lot of interesting tracks, and you chose to come here, and that makes me very, very happy. So without further ado, I'm going to start with something that I find to be extremely important, and that is I want to thank the sponsors, because without sponsors, nothing like this would be possible. And it doesn't matter what kind of conference it is. If you do not have any sponsors, you're pretty much dead in the water. So thank you so much to the sponsors. It is a time of conflict. The on-prem DBAs are under constant threat, and the cloud is encroaching on the last bastions of on-premises data. The DBAs are forced to consider moving their workloads to the cloud, and in a bold attempt to thwart the discussions, they offer a compromise, putting databases on virtual machines in Azure. That desperate gamble did not quite pay off because management wants more. Much more. The DBS, while desperate for stability, for security, for performance, they find themselves fighting a battle for survival. Will the DBAs have a place in this new era of the cloud? This session is going to start with an overview of Azure and where SQL Server fits in among the other services of the cloud. It's going to follow with some key differences between Azure SQL Server offerings, because there are quite a few of them and they behave in, how I shouldn't say vastly different ways, but in fairly different ways. I'm going to be introducing how to move the data to the cloud, and we're going to be talking about some of the pros and the cons and the challenges of putting a database in the cloud in the first place. So the obvious idea is to just take whatever you have on-prem and dump it on a VM or a virtual machine in Azure. Awesome, you're now in the cloud. Yeah, but no, because a VM is a stopgap on your way to getting stuff into the cloud for real. Or it is something that you use for a very, very specific task that you, for some reason, cannot entrust to the platform as a service stuff, which will be coming to in just a bit. So instead, let's see how we can use the real power of the dark Azure and see what we can do. My name is Alexander. I am from Sweden. When I talk to Americans, I try to explain to them that, yeah, no, we do not have any polar bears walking the streets. Now, we had snow the other day, so I don't know, we might have some polar bears. It's not that cold. I have 23 years in IT, pretty much all of it spent with data, databases, infrastructure, and analytics, and all that kind of stuff in some way, shape, or form. These days, I work for a company called the Solution Experts in Sweden. It's a very small outfit. We're just in my city. And I have the best title ever. I'm a principal solutions architect because nobody knows what I do. That's easy to explain, though, because I make data matter, and because only data that matters can inspire any change. And I do this by going all over the world, or I should say that I used to do this by going all over the world, speaking at conferences, teaching courses, and consulting. But since the world ended about a year ago, I've been stuck inside my home office. I pretty much, like everybody else, I know exactly what I have in my office. It's a surprising amount of stuff. I'm one of 7 data platform MVPs in Sweden. I co-host a podcast called Knee Deep in Tech. And yes, for the people in the audience that are about my age, that is the Doom game logo. And just as we're clear, I'm a bit of a Star Wars fan. I'm this much of a Star Wars fan. So this whole session has a bit of a tint to it, like Star Wars-y things. And I want to make a shout out to Marietta Ivanova, who is the artist behind all these fantastic pictures. So let's dive in. Management and people in general are extolling the amazing things about the cloud. Everybody is just sprouting useless words. So let's try to turn words into meaning. Words like flexible, management, automation, security, blah, blah, blah. What do they actually mean? Well, let's start with flexible. The whole idea with doing things in the cloud is that you can create something and tear it down very, very quickly. And I remember very vividly when I started working with databases back in 1997, and I was setting up, I was working primarily with Oracle back then, and I was setting up a 2-node Oracle rack cluster. It took weeks for the servers to arrive. It took weeks for the media to arrive on CD-ROMs, you know, these round things that spin. Yeah, I'm that old. And then it took a few days to get the servers into the racks, and then we had to cable the whole damn thing, and then we needed to go to get the networking people to hook us up. Only then could I start installing the operating system, and that in turn took 2 days. Then I had to configure the cluster, then goes Oracle, yada, yada, yada. You can see where I'm going with this. It took absolutely ages. Can't work that way in the cloud. I need to be able to get something up and running in 2 minutes flat. while we're at it, we need to be scalable. And I mean, scale is also an interesting discussion in and of itself. Scale for me can be something that it is not for you. I have customers that have 4 virtual machines in Azure or 2 databases. That's it. And I have customers that have 400 of them. They both need scalability, but they need it from a few different viewpoints. So basically what scalability means, or scalable in this case, is that we need to have more power on demand. If I, for instance, have a storefront and I'm selling cat toys, and suddenly all the cats realize, yeah, I want to have that specific toy. Everybody goes online, tries to buy that toy at any specific moment in time, and my server just dies. Yeah, that's not something that I want to accept in the cloud. So I want to have more power on demand, and the sizing should be automatic. And this is absolutely useless if it is not secure. And security has a few sides to it. The most obvious one is the physical security. How do you get access to the data center? Well, let me just say that it is difficult to get access to a Microsoft data center. You do not just waltz in and go, hi. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. And compared to your on-prem data center, one of the most common discussions that I've ever heard, especially in the beginning with cloud, was, well, my data center is much more secure. And my boss at the time, he was super happy because he bought this amazing security door. And holy crap, the door was like something out of another world. It was a tank. It literally had steel sheets in the door. You did not get through that door any time soon. But the problem is the wall around the door was plasterboard that I can physically punch my way through in 5 minutes. So you need to look at the weakest link. And of course, these days, we also need to think about compliance, because GDPR is a 4-letter abbreviation that can get anyone shaking uncontrollably from fear. And for good reason, because GDPR can hurt you. If you mess up and you leak credentials or personally identifiable information, GDPR will have you for breakfast. And the cloud has a lot of opportunities and a lot of functionality to help you not fall into that trap. It's to be simple to automate. I mean, there are a couple of ways of looking at this. One is that it should be able to take care of repetitive stuff, like performance tuning, like high availability, like index rebuilds, and backups. Yes, all those things are a good thing to have them automated, but it also comes with a bit of a caveat. We're going to be looking at that in a bit. But we also want to be able to automate, as in when I create something, a database, for instance, then I get automatically set, these users are set up, or this is added to the monitoring solution, and so on and so forth. So automation is way easier in the cloud. It's doable on-prem, but it's way easier in the cloud as well. And again, when we're automating, we probably need to integrate things, because a database in the cloud is about as useful as a snooze button on a smoke alarm on its own. You cannot use it for anything. It's just there, a database. But as soon as you start to integrate things into something in Azure or the cloud, boom, baby, that is a lot of fun. And everything in Azure kind of looks like Lego set. You can literally stack everything on top of each other. All these services can talk to each other, and off you go to the races. But what about the DBA stuff? Again, I've been at this since 1997, and I've heard the same thing almost every year. Yeah, dude, you backed the wrong horse. The DBA is going to go away. You're dead. Go find something interesting to do, like Citrix or development or whatever, but you're not going to make a future on database. I'm still here after 23 years. I am going to be here in another 23 years. Why? Not because databases are anything special. They're not. It's a discipline, just like anything else. It is just as difficult or just as easy, depending on who you're asking, to work with databases as it is with a lot of other things. But the thing is, and this is the case with everything on everything IT today, is that there's so many things that we do that we maybe don't stop to think about. I mean, these are common administrative tasks. We need to create instances. We need to do proactive work. We need to improve code. We need to troubleshoot issues. We need to patch databases. We need to manage the backups. We want to make sure that the restores work, so on and so forth. This is just a small fraction of the things that a DBA does. But do we really need a highly paid and highly, well, not necessarily paid enough, but a highly skilled specialist to make sure that the darn backups were done yesterday? Every day? No, we don't. So what if we kind of separate these things out and look at what is repetitive and what is proactive? So we're basically looking at proactive work. That is not something you can automate away. Reviewing code. Again, something that you cannot automate away. And improving code. At the end of the day, the database has no point in itself. Just like IT does not have any reason for being in and of itself. It is a vessel. It is a part of solution. We want to make something work. And it's the same thing here. So we always need to focus on how can we handle more transactions, which in turn is going to increase sales and so on and so forth. So the tech stuff is fairly easy. People stuff, not so much. So this is what we should focus on. But I can guarantee you, after these years of experience, I've seen the same thing all over the world. This is what it looks like. We are spending an inordinate amount of time on crap, repetitive tasks that we could just make it go away. I am sick and tired of going through the log files or reading my emails that, yep, backups went well for the last database again, and the day before that, and last week. I want to have this automated. I want to have this proactive to kind of poke me on the shoulder and say, dude, the backup didn't work as it should. Could you take a look? That's a much better use of my fairly limited time, because the number of databases in production is going up. The number of DBAs is going down. So don't work harder, work smarter. And it's all about staying relevant, because don't buy for a second the whole notion that the cloud is going to take your job away. Not going to work at all, because it is the same skills. It doesn't matter if you train as a DBA 25 or 35 years ago. It is the same thing. The database works exactly the same in a cloud as it does on-prem or on your own laptop. It is the exact same methodology. So all your skills, they're the same. And the tasks that you are used to do, well, as long as they're useful, as in not reading through the log files, but improving code, performance tuning, optimizing, all that stuff, it's the same tasks that you're doing. It's nothing strange. And you are going to find that you are looking at the same challenges. Yeah, there is only so many ways for a database to screw up. And there are only so many ways to have performance issues due to bad code. But everything is going to be with a slightly different twist. Instead of working with a CLI or a command line interface, you might be working through a web portal. And there are a few things you need to think about that you don't need to think about on-prem, and vice versa. So it's the same at the end of the day, but it kind of has a twist to it. Don't get afraid. Don't be afraid. Just jump in. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? So instead of looking at this as the end of days, as in I'll be going to the unemployment office tomorrow when we're starting to put our databases in the cloud. Don't look at it that way. Look at it as an opportunity, and look at it as a way to do more with less. So basically you want to have this. I want to change everything from repetitive tasks to useful tasks. Now, this is kind of obvious, but still it isn't. So there you have it. So let's look at what flexible entails when we go into the actual portal and go into the actual implementation. So the basic stuff that we have in the cloud is Azure SQL Server. And Azure SQL Server comes in two main flavors. Again, we're not talking about VMs now. We're talking about the service, Azure SQL Server as a service. That means that I don't have a server to work with. I don't have to patch it. I don't have to patch neither the server nor SQL Server because it's just going to take care of itself automatically. There are two main versions that I can work with, or two flavors. We have the serverless, which is the newest entry to this. And the serverless, then again, anyone who says that serverless is serverless, yeah, serverless just means somebody else's servers. I guarantee you there is a crap ton of servers underneath the serverless, but it's just called the serverless. It is super quick to spin up. It is super quick to increase or decrease size, and we can go from half a CPU to 16 CPUs basically at the drop of a hat. You can change the sizing from inside of SQL Server with an alter database statement if you want to, or you can do it from the portal, or you can automate it any way you want. And the funny thing with the serverless is that it could stop. And if it stops, you're not paying a cent for compute. You're paying for the storage, but the database stops. That's it. It's basically the same thing as auto close back in SQL Server 7. Or we have Azure SQL Server, which is almost the same. Well, for all intents and purposes, it is the same service. And here we can have a lot more CPUs. The difference here is that you can't stop it. Otherwise, they're pretty much identical. The Azure SQL Server gets, in turn, divided into two main tracks. We have the database as a service, and we have the elastic pool, which is basically just setting settings and setting limitations on a number of databases instead of just one database. And we have the managed instance, which is a whole different kettle of fish, because as an Azure SQL Server, or the PaaS service, is just a database as a service. The managed instance is an entire instance as a service. And anybody who's worked with SQL Server knows that there's a heck of a lot of difference between an instance and a database. And they kind of solve the different kinds of issues. You can use a managed instance for pretty much anything that you can use an Azure SQL Server for, but not necessarily vice versa. And managed instance might be a good stepping stone, or it might be the place to stop. I'm going to come back to that in a bit. So how do we buy these things? Well, we have two ways of doing it. And back when I started and started working with Azure in general, the DTU model, or the database throughput unit model, was the way to go. It's basically a slider: go faster, go slower. And you're going to get more CPU, you're going to get more memory, you're going to get more network I/O as you tack on the number of DTUs. The problem is, in my experience, is that nobody has this kind of curve. Nobody has a linear requirement. Some people need a lot of memory, but not very many CPUs, or vice versa. Very few need all of it at the same time. And the problem with the DTU model, in my view, again, is that it's not granular enough. That's a hard word, by the way. And it is kind of difficult to really tune, in my view. So I always recommend people to go for the vCore model, which is exactly the same as if you were running this on a VM. You're basically setting, I want to have 4 CPUs and I want to have this amount of memory. And yeah, we're off to the races. There are just 2 ways of looking at the same thing. And you can switch between them to your heart's content. That works fine. So how do we work with this? Well, there's a couple of ways. One of the amazing things with Azure, or the cloud in general, is that you can pretty much get away with very little skill when setting up a database. I mean, you can just go into the portal and you can go click, 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 and whop, you have a fairly decent database that is not as terribly misconfigured as a next finish database is on-prem. Anybody who goes next finish and puts a SQL Server into production, oh boy, yeah, no. When you pull the pin, Mr. Grenade is no longer your friend, and that's exactly what you just did. So be very, very careful there. If you're happy with that, you can stay in the portal and pretty much do everything in the portal, because you have access to a lightweight, if you will, SQL Server Management Studio, and everything you need to do, you can do through the portal. Or you can go PowerShell. PowerShell is the next best thing to sliced bread. I was kind of late to the party, but wow, what a party it is. PowerShell is fantastic. There is a lot of community stuff out there. The DBA tools, for instance, created by Chrissy Lemaire and now maintained by primarily Chrissy and Rob out of the UK. Fantastic piece of software. You have a lot of things that you're used to doing, backups, creating instances, creating endpoints, all that stuff you can do through PowerShell so much easier. And anything you can do in PowerShell, you can script. And of course, you can use what's known as the ARM templates. ARM templates is what's underneath Azure. It is the fabric of Azure. It's a JSON file, text file that defines everything in your Azure environment. So I can create a text file that says, I want to have this database server, I want to have this database, it should be configured this way, and then I just deploy that ARM template. Boom, done. I can go have a cup of coffee and everything is spun up. Why would I want to do that? Well, A, I am lazy, like you would not believe, and I have a tendency to mess things up if I have to do them more than once. Well, I have a tendency to mess things up if I do it just once as well, but that's an aside. So creating templates, not only can I make sure that it is going to create the exact same thing even the 10th time, I can reuse it for other customers. Again, I'm a consultant, so this is a perfect way of saving time. It is documentation in a box because you can read exactly what it's going to create. And you can put it into source control. How awesome is that on a scale from 1 to banana? So back to the Azure SQL databases. So we have a few different ways of doing things, and they kind of solve different kind of problems. And let's start with the managed instance, because the managed instance is designed for lift and shift scenarios where you pretty much take a database from on-prem and you just dump it into the cloud. Boom, easy peasy. This is the way to go when you have specific compatibility requirements. There are some things that you cannot do in Azure SQL Server. The chief among these that gets people kind of frustrated is cross-database scripting. One of the features of Azure or SQL Server, I should say, is the ability to have a lot of databases, and then you just talk between them with database dot schema dot table. Easy peasy. Can't do that in Azure SQL Server because you're getting a database as a service. And that database has this barbed wire fence around it. You cannot talk between two databases. But the managed instance is, yes, you thought about it, an instance. So you can talk between the databases inside of that instance. The managed instance also behaves dramatically different from the Azure SQL Server when it comes to design underneath. You have two versions of it. I'm going to be looking at both in just a sec. One is fast, one is slower. Managed instance is expensive. It is very expensive. Why is it so expensive? Well, this goes for all Azure SQL servers because they're all Enterprise Edition. You cannot buy a managed SQL server that is a standard edition. You can't. If you want that, you're going to have to go with a VM engine, put on your own licensing on it. The managed instance is almost set it and forget it and don't touch, but you're managing the instance. So you still need to have a pet DBA that knows exactly what they're doing in order to get the best out of the managed instance. The single database, this is a kind of a hard sell here in Europe. I must be very upfront with, because in order to use one of these, you pretty much need to completely redesign your database. Yes, you might be able to lift and shift, but try to avoid it. It brings with it so many opportunities for issues in my experience. You have an amazingly short time to market, literally 45 seconds to just whip one up and boom, you have a database. You can connect your web to it and off you go. And it is a full-scale SQL Server database. And if you need more power, just pull the crank, you have all the power you need. This guy you can set to be pretty much hands-off. You can automate things like tuning. And that is not as bad an idea as it sounds. But it is going to be expensive because it is one database, and it is going to be much more expensive than buying your own on-prem database. But where it shines is here. Because instead of buying a database and saying that I want to have a database, a single database with 16 CPUs, I can buy a pool with 16 CPUs. And then it is up to the pool to work with the different databases that I put into the pool. So this goes from a terrible investment to an amazing investment. I've had a few customers who went from their own horribly underpowered database environment on-prem where they were running stuff for their clients, and we put the whole thing into Elastic Pool, and yeah, it was bliss. So it's perfect for multi-tenant load patterns where you have a lot of small databases that are almost identical. The key is when you put them into an Elastic Pool is to keep track of the usage patterns. I'm going to come back to that. So, scalable. Remember that I told you we have the sliders? Well, this is what it looks like. We either have the DTU, which is over there, and we have the vCore. As you can see, the DTUs will just power on and off, and the vCore stuff is all about number of vCores as opposed to the amount of memory. This is just a screenshot from the portal. And as I told you, we have a few different ways of working with managed instance. We have two kinds. We have the general purpose and we have the business critical. We have kind of sort of the same number of CPUs, 1 through 80, and trust me, 80 CPUs is pretty kick-ass. We can have up to 440 gigs of memory. Again, that's a fair amount of memory. Then things start to deviate. So let's start by looking down here. You have a latency between 5 and 10 milliseconds for the general purpose and 1 to 2 for the business critical. This is because the business critical has SSDs or solid state drives connected to the node that SQL Server is running on. You don't need to worry about that. That's just what happens underneath. The general purpose, though, is connected through a storage account. And here is one of the dirty secrets of running databases on Azure. I/O sucks. Yeah, it is absolutely terrible compared to on-prem stuff. Now, that's not the end of the world. It just means that you need to think about how to design your environment for running on Azure. Because I can buy for a pretty cheap or small amount of money a super fast storage array. I mean, it is going to run in circles around anything that is available in Azure. But I'm not going to get all the other features that I get in Azure. So the trick here is it is going to look at the I/O for the files, the storage accounts. The size of the storage accounts is going to impact the speed of your database. And it means that even if your database is just 10 gigabytes, in order to get the maximum speed for that database, you need to provision as big a storage account as you physically can. And of course, you need to pay for it because the size matters when it comes to speed, and size equals speed in storage accounts. Something to keep in mind. Another kind of an issue that I see with the managed instance is that we're looking at fairly old CPUs. That's going to change, but right now, yeah. It's an interesting alternative if you, for some reason, cannot use the normal or the standard Azure SQL servers. So let's look at the provisioned tiers. That's the provisioned compute. We have general purpose, business critical, and hyperscale. I'm going to come back to hyperscale. GP, business critical, work the same way. And as you can see, it's a lot faster to do things with business critical. And it's not only the I/O that's going to be faster, the speed of which your money is going away is also going to be faster because it's going to be much more expensive. Business critical is exactly what it says on the tin. It is business critical, and thus you're going to be paying through the nose. Hyperscale, though, that's a whole different kettle of fish. And hyperscale, in my view, is the most interesting thing to come to Azure in a long, long time. Because hyperscale is designed in another way. It's kind of like big data clusters. It's a scale-out way of looking at things that has nothing to do with the classical way of Azure or SQL Server. And that means that it is super fast to scale up and down. It's super fast to do a backup because the backup is based on a stored snapshot. So it doesn't matter if your database is 50 gig or 100 terabytes. It's going to be like that anyways. You can do read scale out and a lot of cool stuff. So don't stare yourself blind at 100 terabytes. A lot of times I find that hyperscale is the way to go even for small databases. When it comes to pools, we do not yet have the hyperscale. That's probably the most sought after ask there is. So yeah, we're going to get there eventually, but we do not have hyperscale in the pools. Remember I told you about load patterns. Yeah, this is what it's about. Because if you have one database that looks like this, and then you start add on databases, database number 2 looks like this, and then you pile on a lot of more databases. If you're working with a pool, then you can get away with having less resources available to the pool instead of having to scale all the single databases for the maximum amount of power that they require. Going back to security, well, we have a lot of security tools inside of Azure. We have, for instance, the Azure threat protection for databases, or we have the advanced data security. All these things are designed for keeping an eye on your database. Are you leaking credentials? Are you leaking data? Are you secure? Are you properly encrypted? Everything is in the cloud and available for you. Take the transparent database encryption, for instance. It's literally just a checkbox. Boom, your database is transparently encrypted. You can, of course, if you want to, use always encrypted. Microsoft will never see your keys. You can handle those on your own. So when it comes to pure security, I would be hard-pressed to say that the vast majority of on-prem stuff is way less secure than the cloud. When it comes to automation, well, automation is the ability to take care of repetitive stuff like performance tuning and high availability. Sure, we can do performance tuning and we can do automatic patching. In fact, the patching is so cool because what we're looking at here is a picture that was tweeted a couple of years ago. They're doing something called running patching. They're updating the running binary in memory as it goes along. So that's how they can do patching without necessarily rebooting the server. And that is cool. That is super cool. When it comes to high availability, well, we get automatic backups. That's kind of nice, kind of neat. Depending on the tier you're chosen, it's between 7 and 35 days. If you need more, you can always tack on more, the long-term retention, which is not available for hyperscale yet. Danger, danger. We have automatic backups because it's going to do full backups weekly. It's going to do differential backups daily and log backups every 10 to 15 minutes. It's dead easy to create a readable secondary. I have this map. I literally just click on the other data set and I want to have my secondary in, and I have a button and boom, it is going to automatically do a failover replica for me. And I can have several of those. I told you that we can do automatic tuning, and any database administrator worth their salt are going to scream bloody murder because you do not do automatic tuning. We've seen a few examples of that through the years, and they were varying degrees of absolutely crap. This one, though, isn't, because it is looking at all the customers of Azure. There's a lot of people running Azure, and while Azure is not, or Microsoft is not looking at your code specifically, it is looking at patterns. And these patterns repeat themselves. So that means that if I behave in a specific way for my database, it might look like a pattern that somebody else is doing. And there they tried to do an index or some kind of tuning, and that worked. That might be applicable to me. So that's what the whole automatic tuning is about. It can create and drop indexes. It can force a good plan or not. You can turn this on and leave it. That works fine. Or you can go for just tell me what you're trying to achieve. It's a good way of learning, and it is a good way of sleeping soundly at night, because at the end of the day, you as a DBA, you're stuck holding the horse's head if something breaks. But this is available. It works, and it works really, really well. We can automate everything. Everything we can do in the portal, or everything we can do with PowerShell or ARM, we can automate. So I can set up a scenario or a flow where I create a database and bang, it's going to create a lot of stuff just outside of the frame. It's going to create this VM. It's going to create this website. All of that gets done automatically. And of course, if I want to do an update on all my 600 databases, well, I can do what's known as an elastic job. And click, 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 schmack. It is done on all the databases. How's that for scale? Integration, well, we have the Azure Data Factory, which is the primary tool of moving database data up and down or between databases. Works perfectly. It's always being worked on, but it has come strides since when it first came on to being. Power BI, and I definitely need to update this logo because this is no longer the logo for Power BI, is also very, it's a good companion to Azure SQL Server. I have a lot of customers that are running Power BI, and it is reading data from an Azure database. Since it's all in the cloud, it's going to be very, very quick to do refreshes. We have the Azure Synapse Analytics, which is the old data warehouse, and we have Synapse Analytics Workspace that is also connected to the whole database stuff. So everything is just, it's talking to each other. It works. And of course, Azure Machine Learning. Again, it reads from your database, or it reads from Databricks, or it reads from Data Lake. Doesn't really matter. Everything is interconnected and working together. So as we're about to wrap up, I have a few lessons learned. And chief among them is that don't buy the spiel that it is just taking your database stuff and dumping it into an Azure SQL Server. That is not the case. Most of the time, you probably need to do a redesign because there's so many small oops and so many gotchas that you were not expecting. And this correlates to the age of your database application. If it is very old, you're going to find more of these. If it's newer, you're going to find fewer of these. But be aware going into a database project, you're probably looking at some kind of a redesign, more or less. And that is basically due to the different feature set. There's a lot of things that you can do, or you can do anything with a VM, but you don't have the automation stuff. You can't scale it up and down in the same way. You can do a lot with managed instance. Not everything, but a lot. And you can do a smaller amount of extraordinary stuff in the Azure SQL Server. You don't have an agent, for instance. That is a bit of a showstopper for a lot of people. You can't do cross-database scripting. But if you don't need those things, you don't have an issue. Just be aware that there is a different feature set, and there is no such thing as a feature-complete managed SQL Server. Nope, does not exist. You're going to find yourself in an unexpected performance situation. It's not going to be worse or better. It's going to be different. Well, in some ways, it's going to be worse. Again, if you're trying to take whatever you did on-prem and just put it in the cloud, it might be difficult because the way I/O works in Azure compared to your on-prem or basically my machine underneath my desktop, I/O is crap in Azure. But you might want to compare apples to apples and not apples to cavalry trombones. And finally, price will differ. Yeah, you're no longer buying your license. Just boom. You're buying a right to use, and you're buying flexibility. So that's why the price tags will differ. Very, very quickly, how do you get stuff to the cloud? There's a couple of ways of doing it. My top tip is the Database Migration Assistant. It is a managed tool that takes your data and basically tosses it up into the cloud. You can do it either offline or you can do it online. There are a couple of ways of doing it. And then with online, it's pretty much a replication. Works splendidly. Or you can do it through Visual Studio if you are so inclined as a developer instead. So in summary, your job is not going away. If, and this is a big if you stick with the program. You cannot just put your head in the sand and go, no, I don't want to learn anymore. Then you will be out of a job. You need to keep up. The skill set is pretty much the same, but you're going to see the questions shift. It's going to turn into less about how do I do things and more into why do I do things. There's a whole different kettle of fish there. And there's so many exciting opportunities that open up when we start to connect stuff in the cloud. The database is no longer its own domain. It is going to be part of a whole in a much larger way. And you're going to see more smaller databases, not only a few behemoths. So, in essence, the cloud can be an opportunity or a threat. It's not coming anymore. I mean, it was a long time ago when it was coming. It's already here. It's well established. So just work with it. You're faced with a choice. You can choose to stay entirely on-prem and rely on the skills you have. God knows there's a lot of people doing that. Or you can choose to embrace the cloud and everything that comes with it. If you choose to embrace the cloud, I can guarantee you and I can promise you the ride of your life. Come to the cloud side. We don't have cookies. We have something much, much better. We have the future. My name is Alexander, and I thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you, Alexander, for this great session. For myself, I got a really nice insight of what we can do with cloud-based databases, especially on Azure. For the audience, I have no open questions in our chat, so I would keep this session for another 1 or 2 minutes. So if anyone of the audience has a question, then please put it into the chat immediately or reach out to Alexander directly afterwards.
Oh yeah, and by all means, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to hit me up on Twitter. Twitter is probably the easiest way to get hold of me.
So thank you for mentioning that. By the way, usually you would get an applause from the audience, but I would give you mine for that.
Thank you so much.
So great having you here. And I'm looking forward for further future conferences where we can work together. It was really a pleasure.
So do I. I mean, we need to talk about Michael's beard. It is way longer than it was when I met him the last time.
Yes, you're right. You're really right. But it will not shorten. This is the thing. It also grows and grows and grows.
Ausgezeichnet.
Dankeschön.
Yes, for the audience, please don't change the track. We have another session ready for you with Sydney Smith from the Powershell team. And yeah, in fact, that the time is running. We're on 50. Another thank you for Alexander. We had a great time with you. And I would say we take a break, 5, and then we proceed onboarding the next speaker. So thank you very much.
Super. Thank you for having me. Take care, guys.
Yeah, take care. You too.
Businesses are rapidly adopting cloud computing, taking advantage of its flexibility and speed. Whether consuming SaaS applications, building cloud-native applications, or migrating existing applications to the cloud, finding a security solution that addresses a diverse set of needs is critical. Fortinet Cloud Security Solutions deliver. Get the confidence you need to deploy any application on any cloud supporting any initiative. Fortinet supports all major cloud providers, ensuring that critical assets are secure and that security is manageable. The Fortinet 3-pillar cloud security strategy provides the same level of security across multiple clouds by natively integrating security into the cloud platform, defining security policies for cloud services, and leveraging cloud services for security, ultimately enabling automation of security services. Fortinet provides the industry's broadest set of cloud security products, enabling you to use the same security in the cloud as you have on premises. By using purpose-built security tools in the cloud, you'll save time by leveraging existing skill sets. By managing security across multiple clouds through a single pane of glass, and by automating the security lifecycle management, you can better leverage existing skill sets and accelerate the confidence to deploy applications anywhere. From consuming cloud applications to building applications in the cloud and migrating IT to the cloud, Fortinet Cloud Security Solutions cover the broadest set of use cases, delivering the flexibility and confidence to use the cloud in a way that best serves your business.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks that you're in this session too. I want to announce now Sydney Smith. She's product manager for PowerShell in the product group. Sydney, the stage is yours now.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me here today. Thanks for sticking it out with me. I think I'm the last presentation. So many of you guys have probably been listening to people talk on the screen all day, but I appreciate you sticking it out with me. Today I'm going to be talking a little bit about PowerShell 7, the road to PowerShell 7, and then what's next and what's beyond with the PowerShell team. So as previously mentioned, my name is Sydney. I am one of the program managers on the PowerShell team, and I specifically own a lot of our tooling space. So things like the PowerShell editor experience, like our VS Code extension, as well as our package management experience. So things like PowerShell Get, PowerShell Gallery, our cloud affinity. So things like secret management, and a few other projects that I'm sure I'm forgetting at the moment, but we'll probably come across during the presentation today. But I also do a lot of work with the PowerShell engine itself. And so I'm going to be talking to you a little bit about probably all those things today. I just linked the, I don't have a personal blog or anything, but I definitely heavily use our PowerShell team blog. So that's the DevBlogs Microsoft site. That is a really great place to keep your eye on if you are looking for sort of the very latest things that the team is releasing. We really make an effort to post a blog every time that we release something, and in particular, right now I hold the status as our top blogger, so I intend to keep that by continuing to publish blogs when we release things. You can also follow me on Twitter at Sydney Smith Real. I'm working on trying to be more active on Twitter, maybe this year. But certainly I at least tweet whenever we have sort of a big release, a big announcement, and that's a great way to get a hold of me. I will also mention that I do have the Q&A pulled up as well throughout this presentation, so feel free to drop questions in the Q&A. I'll try and keep my eye on that so we can answer things as we go along, but also leave some time at the end for Q&A. So with that, I could talk to you a little bit about what to expect for this session. So as I mentioned, we're going to talk about the road to PowerShell 7, the state of PowerShell today, what the PowerShell 7 milestone really meant to us, PowerShell 7.1, which was recently released in November, and then some ecosystem updates. I think that in order to take full advantage of PowerShell 7, it's really all about these tools that'll enable a better PowerShell development experience. And then sort of what's next, what you can look forward to from the PowerShell team. So at times this session may feel fast-paced, and so I just want to reiterate that there are blogs and resources behind all the things I'm going to talk about today. So if you need help finding those, definitely let me know. But you should be able to, hopefully some of these things spark your interest. And those of you that are really hardcore PowerShell fans that follow the team very closely, some of this might be repeat information, but I'm sure that at least some of this is new for just about everyone. So how did we get to PowerShell 7? So the story of PowerShell all begins with the Monad Manifesto back in 2002. And it's this idea that there are these disparate Windows management APIs, and that there could be an easier way to use them together. And so PowerShell was built on this foundational idea. And one second, sorry, I just lost the Q&A, so I'm just pulling it back up to make sure I don't miss anything. But I will get back to my cadence. Alrighty. So we began with these Windows APIs and a simpler way to manage them. So pretty narrow focus on that. With Windows PowerShell 3 to 5, We introduced the idea of modules. We introduced the idea of scenarios. And the applications of PowerShell become more broad to include things like networking and security and identity and storage and Hyper-V and WinRM remoting, amongst many other things. So this really shows the evolution of PowerShell through the versions from this very specific goal around managing Windows APIs to a greater scenario focus on managing Windows machines all up. And then with PowerShell Core or PowerShell 6, we focused on ubiquity. As this transition to the cloud was happening, many more folks were existing in hybrid environments. Maybe they're existing across clouds. Maybe they're existing across OSs, doing things with containers and CI/CD and various distributions. And so suddenly we need a tool that can be used not just across Windows management APIs and ideas, but across these management across all these various different distributions, places, hybrid scenarios. And so that's why we introduced PowerShell Core 6 and went fully open source with this as well. And that happened back in January of 2018. But you'll notice that as part of this transition, some portion of this circle is temporarily lost. By adding support for all of these things, we lose out on some of these core Windows management APIs that we really built PowerShell on. And this is a temporary loss in this transition to .NET Core and PowerShell Core. With PowerShell 7, we really sought to unify these two versions of PowerShell, PowerShell Core and Windows PowerShell, into a single version of PowerShell that not only worked where you wanted PowerShell to work, but also had that backwards compatibility to those APIs that you were so used to using PowerShell for with. And this is largely due to the efforts of the .NET Core team with .NET Core 3.1. So this increased drastically support for the vast majority of these APIs, and so many commandlets have returned. If you are curious what specific module maybe does or doesn't work well with various versions of PowerShell, Joey, one of the other PMs on our team, went to great lengths to do his best to document this. So that is, I believe it's ak.ms/ps Windows compat. We'll give you the full list of Windows modules and where their compatibility is. But of course, the best way to know the compatibility is just to test it. So talk a little bit about the state of PowerShell today. So what you're seeing in this chart is some of our telemetry on monthly session starts of PowerShell 6+. Unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, I suppose, we don't have much insight into Windows PowerShell because we have no access to Windows telemetry. So we really can see only from PowerShell 6 up, and we have a really limited view into what we can see. But one of the things we do track is the starts of various versions and how that distribution has changed. So what I'll show here is that in our 6+ users, the vast majority of users are on Windows or PowerShell 7.0. That's that orange color. You can see since November, a growing number of users are also using 7.1. And so we continue to expect that sort of growth to happen, but also understand that 7.0 was a really big release and there is a transition period that needs to take place. And so we expect 7.0 to be one of the most popular versions of PowerShell for some time. You'll also see we have some previews that are being launched in pretty small bands. Of course, January 2021, pretty short. That's because I pulled this yesterday, so just 1 week into the month. But you can see we're over 100 million starts of PowerShell 6+ monthly at this point. This shows the daily usage, daily starts. You'll see that we're right around 4 million daily starts of PowerShell pretty consistently over the past few months. One thing that is really interesting here to me is that so orange is Linux and Windows is blue, and then Mac is this sort of black line in the middle. So you'll see that we actually have a pretty equal distribution of usage across Windows and Linux in our PowerShell 6+ users. So that's kind of cool to see. You also see the rolling cadence of weekends. So those shorter 2 bars are the weekends, where we see just a slightly less usage of PowerShell. So I've talked a little bit about the PowerShell 7 milestone. We released PowerShell 7 the first week of March in 2020. I believe it was March 3rd or 4th. I think it was the 4th. But at least for us at Microsoft in Seattle, this release was a really big deal to us. But it was also, the first week that we were work from home from the start of this pandemic. So because of that, I think we're definitely still celebrating PowerShell 7 because we didn't really get a chance to celebrate it last spring. Kind of got distracted by other things, but nonetheless, this was a really huge release for us, bringing together those 2 PowerShell paths. So with this milestone, we had 4 main themes that we really thought about. So the first would be Windows PowerShell compatibility. And this happened in a few ways. One of the biggest ways was compiling against .NET Core 3.1, which had done a ton of this work to bring back in those APIs. We also added additional module validation so we could better document and understand where the gaps were so we can make tweaks for ourselves. That was a huge amount of work to validate so many modules. We also introduced a Windows compatibility layer or Windows PowerShell wrapper. So if you are on a Windows machine and you are using PowerShell 7 and API is not available in PowerShell 7, it will actually, if you have the Windows compatibility layer enabled, it will actually call in directly into Windows PowerShell behind the scenes and return the proper results. So that kind of works as a stopgap if there are small discrepancies there. We also have been working on new installation options. We totally understand that one of the biggest barriers that people have in terms of being able to use PowerShell 7 or the latest version of PowerShell is the fact that it's not available in Windows directly, that you have to install it. So unfortunately, it's pretty hard challenge for us. We're still working on it to try and get PowerShell 7 directly into Windows. But in the meantime, we've been working on better installation options so that that's just one step easier. Along with so many folks, so many PowerShell users moving to the cloud, we've thought about how we can make PowerShell just work better with cloud resources. So this is things like our continued investment in Cloud Shell. So PowerShell in the browser, in the portal, PowerShell wherever you have your browser, and direct access to all your Azure resources. We've increased our support for Docker distributions and are now tracking that much more closely to make sure that we are doing validation across various commonly used Docker distributions. We've worked hard to align closer with partners like Azure PowerShell. The Azure PowerShell team is really great and they do so much work to make PowerShell work really well with Azure. I know early on with that project, there was a lot of frustration around maybe some inconsistencies or un-PowerShell-like behaviors in some of the modules. And so they've done a lot of work to close those gaps. I know some of them still exist, but we've worked closely with that team to continue to make progress there. And then we also started the secret management project during this time. I'll be talking more about that project a little bit later on, but that was another effort to just make cloud resources work better with PowerShell. We continue to invest in great tooling with PS Readline 2.0 that shipped in PowerShell 7, and that PS Readline is the module that provides things like syntax highlighting and tab completion and backwards search and history in the PowerShell console itself. So we made that module, fixed a few longstanding bugs in that module, and then also made it much more accessible for things like screen readers. And then we invested in PowerShell Editor Services, which is the engine that drives things like the VS Code extension. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then we added some telemetry as well to better understand the way that PowerShell was being used by our customers. Pretty exciting as well. We had a focus on some customer requests, some delighters that had been long-standing. So these were things like for each object parallel, gonna demo that, local policy support, invoke DSC resource so that people could continue to use DSC resources in PowerShell core. We updated our error view, created new version notifications, and added a bunch of operators like the ternary, chain, and null conditional assignment. So I'll show a few of these now. So here is a GIF of chain operators. So chain operators allow conditional execution of commands depending on whether the previous command succeeded or failed. This works with both native commands as well as PowerShell commandlets or functions. So before this feature, if you could already do this by using a series of if statements, for example, but this new operator makes this simpler and more consistent with other shells. So this shows how you could do the double and, shows previous succeeded will print, and then the double pipe means execute if the previous failed. For the new error view, we had consistently heard user feedback that the amount of red text you receive with an error makes it difficult to read. I think most of us have gotten errors in PowerShell before probably and just kind of gave it a glance and then moved on because it was just too difficult to parse and not a very helpful error at all. So we introduced a new concise error view, which shows just the most relevant error message. And then in a scripting context, it actually shows you the exact line where the error was found so that you can more easily figure out what is going on. So this shows an example of, you can see the lines here where in the scripting context, the error occurred. We also added a get error commandlet because while the concise error view is more precise, it is limited in the information. So you can use get error to more easily access the stack trace there. And this is an example of get error view. Or sorry, it's just get error, but it shows the new error view. So that gives you a little bit more context on the PowerShell 7 milestone, once again released back in March. But since then, we've continued to work hard on improving PowerShell. We recently had another update, which was released in November of 2020. This version of PowerShell was built on .NET 5, and this really represents our continued close partnership with .NET. This was the first PowerShell to ship within 24 hours of a .NET GA, so really tightening that life cycle has been a focus for our team. This milestone included quality of life improvements and addresses many community-filed GitHub issues. It doesn't have that huge, big list of features and delighters and new things that PowerShell 7 did, but it's really just an incremental version released that improves on PowerShell 7. One exciting thing, though, is that it is the first PowerShell GA that is available in the Microsoft Store. So that goes back to that idea I discussed of trying to make PowerShell more easily installable and available in more places to fill the gap since it's doesn't ship inbox in Windows. So I think it's really important as we talk about these things to also talk about what's new in the PowerShell ecosystem, because these tools are what enable you to take advantage of the improvements to PowerShell and give you that great developer experience. So with the PowerShell 7 release, we put a lot of effort into our Visual Studio Code extension. If you are a Windows PowerShell user, you've probably used the Windows ISC before, that integrated scripting environment. Unfortunately, that is a Windows component, and so it is not available cross-platform, and it does not work with PowerShell version 6+. So instead, we've been investing in the Visual Studio Code extension, which provides you with those familiar experiences like the ISC, syntax highlighting, code snippets, IntelliSense, rule-based analysis, provided by a PowerShell script analyzer. Definitions, references, symbol discovery, run selection, debugging, all of those great features are what is provided by the Visual Studio Code extension. If you haven't ever used Visual Studio Code before, it is a free open source product. I included the download page here. It's easy to find on Google or Bing or whatever your search engine of choice is, and get installed. We also did throw up an install script a while back to install VS Code if that's more your style. So that's available in the PowerShell gallery. And one other thing I like to highlight here is just the cross-platform nature of PowerShell development. We saw in the PowerShell startups slide a few back that it was really dominated by Linux and Windows, 50-50, but we see a different story with Visual Studio Code, the primary development environment for PowerShell 6+, which is to say we usually see about 10% of users on Mac OS and a high number of Windows users as well. So we know that our developers love Mac, and so one question we sometimes get is, you know, the Mac usage is very small in your startups. Like, why is it still a priority to support? And I think it's because whenever we go to a PowerShell conference or any other conference, we see so many people using and loving their Macs. So that's definitely a priority for our team. So what did we do for this big extension release for Visual Studio Code that happened back in March along with PowerShell 7? So we introduced something called ISC mode, which gives you this really familiar experience in Visual Studio Code. This image here, that's not the ISC, that's VS Code in ISC mode. Gives you the same coloring, gives you this familiar command palette, or sorry, command explorer, and then it also gives you some of the same shortcuts and hides away features that you might not be as familiar with in Visual Studio Code. So that's really easy to toggle in and out of. If you are in VS Code, you just open the command palette, which is Control-Shift-P on Windows, and start typing in ISC mode. It'll pop right up, hit enter, and you are good to go. We also introduced full PS readline support. This was a long-standing issue for us. It was really difficult based on the architecture of the extension to give you PS readline in the integrated console that's the console you use in Visual Studio Code. And as I mentioned earlier, PS readline support means syntax highlighting, multi-line editing, history, all those things, tab completion. So that was a really big, exciting win. And then we also worked to stabilize the extension for major performance improvements. I will mention that the major performance improvements, we saw a huge jump when we did release this back in March. But this is still a priority for us and by far the #1 priority for the extension overall. And so if you do still sometimes see issues there, we are working hard on that, and I can happily link you to some of the GitHub issues where you can track that work item. I will also, I guess, just mention one other quick thing while we're here is that there are 2 PowerShell extensions available in the VS Code Marketplace, the PowerShell extension and the PowerShell Preview extension. The way it works is when we make changes, we release it to preview. Once those are validated in the preview extension, we release them into stable. So it truly is just a forward branch of the stable extension. So I find that both tend to be fairly stable. You'll get bug fixes quicker in the preview, become a little bit slower and stable, but you get a little bit more stability. So you can choose whichever one works best for you. Another ecosystem product that we've been working on, this has been a long time coming, is our secret management module. I have a picture here, which is actually my session at Ignite 2019. So I think this was November of 2019, just over a year ago, when we first announced secret management. And since then, it's been a long journey of iteration, going back to customers and making hard decisions, but we actually released the release candidate version of this module, or RC, earlier this week, and we plan to GA this module at the end of the month. So what is it though, if you aren't familiar? We had heard from customers that it's difficult to manage secrets securely in heterogeneous cloud environments, that advanced scripts require multiple secrets and types of secrets when orchestrating across different clouds, that custom code is required to securely manage secrets across platforms, and that this is high stakes because of the security implications. So with these things in mind, we set to design an abstraction layer in PowerShell so that regardless of what platform you are developing on or what secret type you might be using to interact with what application across maybe multiple clouds, you could use a single set of commandlets. Get secret, for example, and this would be an extensible model so that any secret provider could plug into it and use this same abstraction. You can see here, these are the 5 types of secrets that we support in version 1. So PS credential, secure string, hash table, and a byte array. So why might someone use it? These are some of the most compelling scenarios I've heard from customers or users of the module. They want to share a script across their org or maybe even an open source, and they don't know the platform or local vault of all the end users. They want to run a deployment script, say in local test and prod, with only the change of a single parameter. You could have a vault variable. They want to change the backend of authentication method to meet specific security or organizational needs without needing to update the script. So this is particularly popular, I think, in the world of consulting or in managed service providers. And it's also just a convenience feature, which allows users to simplify interactions with various vaults by only needing to learn a single set of commandlets. So it's most valuable in heterogeneous environments where you may want to separate specifics of a vault from a common script which needs secrets. This is built on an ecosystem approach. So as the PowerShell team, we can't possibly know or be experts in every single amazing secret provider vault out there. So instead, as always, we're relying on the community to really build out that ecosystem and create shareable vaults, which are modules that can be owned and supported through the PowerShell gallery. So as I mentioned, extension vaults are just PowerShell modules with a particular structure. And as part of this design, we do leave authentication management and key management up to the vault itself. Right now, we're using the secret management tag to identify vaults in the PowerShell gallery. So if you go on to PowerShell gallery, search that, you'll see many of the community vaults that are already existing. Here's an example of a few. There's a LastPass extension, a KeyPass, keychain, and a number of others. As part of this release, we also are releasing our own vault called Secret Store. And this is also in RC and also expecting to GA in early February. So it's an extension vault shipped by the PowerShell team, currently available on the PowerShell gallery. And Secret Store stores secrets locally on your file for the current user using the .NET Core cryptographic APIs to encrypt file contents. And why we made this vault is because we wanted a vault that would work across all supported PowerShell platforms on Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. And that had worked well in common PowerShell scenarios, such as automation and remoting. And we couldn't really find this available today. We also created configuration settings that allow you to adapt this vault to your scenario. And I'll just also mention that this does take advantage of common security best practices and underwent many security reviews over the course of many months. But that's not to say it necessarily meets the security requirements for every scenario or every organization. And so I'll just give the caveat across any of these secret vaults is to, of course, do your own vetting and look closely at what your own security requirements are before jumping into any of them. Another exciting advancement that we've made is in the space of notebooks. I'm going to show you demo a notebook, but want to start by defining a few terms of what notebooks are. Probably becomes clear once we demo it, but what notebooks are is they're documents that combine rich text and executable code. So they're both human readable, for example, containing analysis and description, but also executable documents. These originated in the data science world, but they become much more prevalent across other languages, and in particular, that sort of combination between human readable and executable just kind of screams PowerShell. And the kernel of a notebook is the computational engine that executes the code. And notebooks can be run in a variety of local and hosted environments. So common one you'll hear is Jupyter. Jupyter is an environment that can be hosted or local, depending across the various distributions. So Jupyter notebooks are this sort of thing. There's also a number of other integration points that have been created. So you might have heard of Azure Data Studio has their own notebook architecture and environment. There's such a thing as Azure notebooks, and then VS Code has been working hard on their notebook experience. So what is the PowerShell notebook kernel? Well, it's currently available in public preview, and it's expected to GA once some of the most common integration points are complete. So Visual Studio Code being one of the primary ones there. And it leverages the .NET Interactive kernel. So we partnered with other .NET languages to create a multi-language kernel so that you can use multiple languages in the same notebook under a shared context and really take advantage of the best of each language. We also did this partnership to sort of accelerate our integration points for the kernel, as that is a key component. We are targeting support and learning documents as key scenarios here. And so some of the key partners we've worked closely with on designing this kernel are Azure Data Studio team, SQL support team, SharePoint support, Azure support, .NET Interactive, VS Code, and Azure Notebooks. So with that, I will show you a little bit about notebooks. So here I have the .NET Interactive GitHub page loaded up. This provides you with tons of documentation on how to get started with notebooks, whether you want to do them in Visual Studio Code or in Jupyter. But you can also hit this Launch Binder button. And this is going to give you a container with Jupyter loaded up, as well as a few documents and samples of various notebooks. And so this is a really great place if you just want to start playing right away, zero setup, and just kind of see what notebooks are all about, and if this is something that you want to be or look more closely into. We also, while this is loading, I'll just mention that we also added something called Notebook Mode in the PowerShell preview extension for VS Code. I'll caveat, this is only available in VS Code Insiders, and it is behind a feature flag. However, if you go through those steps, you can have a notebook-like experience with just an ordinary PowerShell script. So that's another cool place to just, if you just want to get your toes wet with notebooks, try it out. That's the PowerShell preview extension in Visual Studio Code Insiders behind the notebook feature flag. And this is taking just a minute longer than I would expect to load. So hopefully we're not having an issue here, but we will find out shortly. Other thing while we're waiting that I forgot to mention earlier that I wanted to mention was back with the PowerShell 7 release. I actually put together a little YouTube series with engineers from across the team. So if there's anything around the PowerShell 7 release specifically that you want to kind of have more of a deep dive on, there is a YouTube series available on the PowerShell team's YouTube page that has videos just recorded by various engineers on the team talking about some of the features that they worked on. So I would also plug that as a great resource. I'm going to try clicking this one more time. We'll see if it goes a little faster. Maybe there was an error last time. All right, well, maybe we'll keep going, but I would like to come back to this because I think it's pretty cool and it also, yes, maybe I should just plug in my laptop. That is a great idea. There we go. Anyways, we'll come back to this in just a second. So another exciting work item that we've been doing is more improvements to PS Readline. So PS Readline 2.0 shipped in 7.0. I mentioned that had a number of accessibility and bug fixes. With PS Readline 2.1, we introduced a new idea called predictive IntelliSense, which enables new and experienced users of PowerShell to discover, edit, and execute full commands based on matching predictions from the user's history and additional domain-specific plugins. So if you've used PowerShell before, you've probably used tab completion. So maybe if you were typing get child item, you type CHI, hit tab, and it's going to finish the command for you, get child item. And then you'll probably hit space, tab, and then see the available parameters. So what's different about predictive IntelliSense is that it uses a bit of a smarter model with users' history to give you an entire command all at once. You can see that in this case, it's in this light gray color. I don't know how hard that is to read, but that is a customizable color depending on what your preference is there. With PS Readline 2.2, this will be an extension model to support registration of additional providers, which can provide domain-specific command and task completions. So one example of this is with the Azure PowerShell team. They are working on a provider model using their huge database of Cloud Shell commands that have been run. They've been able to create a smart model on that to predict what the most common full commands are for Azure PowerShell users. So this is really great if you're new and you're trying to learn best practices, but also if you're an experienced user and just want to type really fast. So PS Readline 2.2 Beta 1, the first preview of this is available to download on the PowerShell gallery. And let's check on if this. There we go. Here we go. Awesome. So just a little bit of patience. And also the power saving mode. Thank you, Patrick, for calling that out for sure. So you'll see here, these are the various languages. So C#, F#, there's also .NET, directly PowerShell, and then Polyglot shows you some examples of multi-language scenarios, which are cool. But I want to show PowerShell today. We have some samples and some docs. If you look in docs, we have a number of different examples here. So I think this example is pretty cool. We just did for this is took some documentation we had written on PowerShell or for each object parallel and created a notebook from that. And so you can see this direct interactive experience. So I can run this command. I just pressed this play button. And it's going to show me that if I use for each object process, the old way of running it, it's going to run each one 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's going to take 5 seconds. However, with the introduction of the parallel command, and I can test this out right here, it's going to run in just 1 second. So you can see that huge performance gain. And then it's going to go on to explain how to use this in a more complicated example with a larger task. So this is pulling GitHub repos and converting those stats. And so you can see that you really get these huge performance gains potentially with for each object. So a few caveats with for each object parallel. The script blocks are run in parallel. So the order of execution is not guaranteed. it's not shown directly here, but there also is a throttle parameter, which allows you to limit the number of script blocks running in parallel at a time with a default value of 5. This parallelism uses PowerShell run spaces, so there is some overhead to creating a new run space and context each time you add another parallel stream. So that's something to take into consideration. But overall, you can see these really massive performance updates with just a simple change of one parameter from process to parallel. So that is really cool. I'll show you, let's see, just open a few of these other ones. So you can see that we have some cool things that you get to use in notebooks that you wouldn't necessarily get to use otherwise in PowerShell. So things like HTML, JavaScript. We have some experiences that show how you can interact directly with Cloud Shell. We added a command enter AZ shell so that you can directly access your Azure directory and resources here. There's also quite a bit of plotting that is now available. And then we also added profile support, so you can have specific PowerShell profile for your notebook experience. So once again, this is on the easy to find through the .NET Interactive GitHub site. That's just github.com/.net/interactive. But you can start to see sort of the applications of this really cool interactive execution environment. One other thing you'll notice, I think that this was obvious maybe in this one, is that you can also save the output of the commands and pass that along. So that's really useful, for example, in the support scenario, where you may want a user to collect a bunch of diagnostic information by running various commands and then have that saved output. So that is pretty cool. Back to Crescendo. So Crescendo, formerly called the Native Command Proxy Tool, was released its first preview in December. So preview 1 is currently available on the PowerShell gallery. And Crescendo is a framework to rapidly develop PowerShell commandlets for native commands regardless of platform. So it provides the tools to easily wrap native commands and gain the benefits of PowerShell commandlets. That's things like parameter handling, object support, tab completion. And it allows you to take advantage then of post-processing tools native to PowerShell, like sort object or where object. So some examples of this could be, say you use kube control and you want to more easily PowerShellify it. Someone could use Crescendo to easily create a new PowerShell module for kube control, publish that to the PowerShell gallery, and then any user who installs it won't even need to think about Crescendo. That scenario kind of obscures the Crescendo layer. However, it's also designed to just be used directly. So you just install Crescendo, run it against the tool or executable that you're interested in, and get that support right away. So that kind of shows how we got to PowerShell 7 so far, how we got to PowerShell 7.1, what sort of the other ecosystem and tooling effects were during that time period to better take advantage of the features of PowerShell 7 and the advancements there. But sort of like what's next, I guess, is the next logical progression from there. So we are working, of course, towards the PowerShell 7.2 milestone. This will probably GA in fall of 2021. So probably about 9 months from now or so. But we already are shipping preview releases. The first preview release actually shipped back in November. And it is continuing to follow that .NET lifecycle closer and closer. Some of our focuses are creating a greater affinity to cloud services and continuing to invest in PowerShell ubiquity. So one example of an experiment we're doing during this time is to try and create what we're calling a minimal PowerShell, or to see if we can create a stripped down version of PowerShell that can be better utilized in scenarios where you need a really small engine with a limited feature set. So this can be like, for example, in short running containers, or maybe deployments to servers. Anything where like size really matters is one important scenario for PowerShell ubiquity. We are also making those updates to PS Readline and PowerShell Get. So PS Readline 2.2 is expected to ship in the 7.2 milestone. I also mentioned PowerShell Get updates. So PowerShell Get is the module that allows you to interact with PowerShell package management repositories. So for example, install module, update module, publish module, all those things are PowerShell Get. With PowerShell Get 3.0, we are moving to a pure C# based module with no provider model. So this removes some of the key dependencies that have given us so much trouble over the years. So OneGet and NuGet. And I think what's really key about this shift is that it allows the module to be much better supported by our team, which allows us to iterate much more quickly on bugs and issues that we see in the module going forward. There's been a number of long-standing issues, many of these top voted issues that we simply haven't been able to fix because of underlying problems with the dependencies on OneGet in particular. So some of these top voted issues that we're addressing are local repository cache, so for faster search, multi-repository priority, version range and wildcard support, and then better dependency management and upgrade scenarios. We are currently, I believe our last preview release was preview 10. We are planning at least 2 or 3 more preview releases, and those are all tracked in projects and milestones on our GitHub page. That's github.com/PowerShell/PowerShellGet. So if you want to, you have an issue that you care about and you want to see whether or not we are planning on resolving it and in what sort of project, definitely check that out so that you can give us feedback if there are critical things that we are not tracking. We've also started tracking for beyond the milestone, the 3.0 milestone. So great time to look at what our sort of next issues we're hoping to tackle are as well. So you can upvote the ones that you really care about. I will also say, I guess I mentioned this, but we're hoping to ship PowerShell Get 3.0 with a compatibility layer for PowerShell Get 2.x commands in PowerShell 7.2, which means that hopefully in the next couple of months, PowerShell Get 3.0 will start shipping in preview releases. You'll also notice if you're a GitHub follower that we did change, did a little repo swap. So we moved PowerShell Get, what was the PowerShell Get repo, into a new repo called PowerShell Get v2. So any issues with the v2 module go there, and then PowerShell Get represents this 3.0 project. We are also making major updates to the PowerShell Gallery operations and backend. So you may know that we had 2 kind of significant outages this fall for the PowerShell Gallery that were very interrelated. So we had a complete downtime on October 30th, which there's a write-up on the blog site. But it was also very related to an ongoing statistics outage that we had for about a month, starting September 18th. So with those in mind, it really helped us, see just how important and critical the stability of the PowerShell Gallery is. And so we are making changes to meet the changing scale needs of the gallery. So we focused on 3 areas: detect, diagnose, and fix, to improve the uptime of the PowerShell Gallery operations. And then the other really exciting, cool thing we're doing with PowerShell Gallery operations right now is we've partnered with the NuGet Gallery team on creating a unified package management solution. So from end user perspective, things shouldn't change too much. You'll still go to PowerShellGallery.com, but we'll be able to utilize common resources that better meet the scale needs of the PowerShell Gallery going forward and utilize that team's expertise in running a service, which is really cool. So I know I just talked a ton at you and probably very quickly. There was a lot to cover, but sort of my call to action would be to use PowerShell 7, tell us how you like it. Same with all the ecosystem improvements I talked about. It's always cool for you to try out our new stuff. And then once you do, be sure to engage with us on open source when you have issues. So we have GitHub repositories for all of these things I talked about. All of them are open source. So definitely engage on GitHub file issues. And if you feel so inclined, contribute docs and even code. I spend a large portion of my day on GitHub, as do all the engineers on our team. So if you want direct contact with the engineering team, that's the best way to find us. If you want to stay closely connected with what's going on latest in PowerShell, We do have a community call, which is on the third Thursday of every month. Here in Seattle, it is at 9:30 a.m., but I think that translates to around 6:30 maybe in Europe. As I mentioned, our org on GitHub is github.com/PowerShell. You can follow the PowerShell team on Twitter at PowerShell_team, and we try and retweet major updates there. And then, of course, as I mentioned at the start, the blog is a great place to see whenever we have new releases. So thanks to all the sponsors for this conference. Thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to answer any questions. I know I'm only have 3 minutes or so left on time. I'm not seeing any questions in the Q&A, but
that's right. So as far as of now, we don't have any additional questions. So maybe we should leave it open for another minute to see if something arrives.
Yeah, that sounds great. So I'll just pause for a minute and let you guys think and ask questions, and then just reiterate that if you think of questions later on, don't hesitate to reach out to me, whether on Twitter or GitHub or any other way.
I think that's a good plan. Thank you. And yeah, I think it's time to move over to Christian again, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. So first of all, to Sydney, usually you should get an applause from the audience. So here is my tribute to you. Thank you for this great session. Yeah, and to the audience, I won't capture you too long, but only to close up this thing. I'm only sharing my screen. So thank you all. Thank you for being our guests. We enjoyed the complete day with you. It was a pleasure for us to be with you. And what's next? So stay tuned for our next in-person event. We're looking forward to that we can get in action to meet up with you in person again this year or maybe next year. Then join us at Expertslive if you are interested to work with the community. We are a non-profit and we appreciate all feedback and all work and individuals who would like to join us and work with us in the community. All of our sessions has been recorded, so watch out for the recordings. Get the slide decks. We will provide them on GitHub. And feel free to connect to the speakers. So if you have further questions or you have projects where you are, don't hesitate to contact the speakers. And of course, we appreciate all of your feedback. Also, a big thank you to our great speakers of all tracks. And the last time today, I promise, thank you to all of our sponsors. It wouldn't be possible to create and host such an event without our sponsors. And the last thing I would like to say to you, have a good night, stay healthy, and thank you very much in name of the whole Orga team for attending this conference. Goodbye.